is a fast-acting viral strain that infects the host immediately, and upon getting sick, the infected will become racked with coughs, sweat profusely, and start to get the shivers and chills.
There he is, the legend. The man, the myth, the legend.
Yeah. You can't literally run a promotion just for the AEW, what do they call them, sickos?
Thank you very much, TikTok and AEW. See you tonight.
Tony Khan started telling people there's no such thing as long-term booking anymore. It's week to week.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
We just secured the bag.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It was just sort of happened naturally. But it was never something I intended. It was just something that happened because the wrestlers asked me to do things in matches, and I do them.
If you run a promotion just for the sickos, you're going to do 400,000 viewers eventually.
Effing melts.
You know that SmackDown actually went over and everything?
Yeah.
You know,
What's the point?
the point is SmackDown.
What are you getting at here?
That the DVRs didn't pick it up.
Did they not pick it up?
Mine didn't.
Let's get into everybody's favorite moment, and it is called Dave Meltzer's Dumb Moment of the Week.
What would you like to listen to in your ears?
I'd like to hear the flute.
Well, if you'd like to flaunt your flute, then we can find you a flautist.
We just secured the bag.
It doesn't help me.
Okay, so complain, but
I will complain.
Let me have my misery.
And when I heard that, I was like, what?
Thank you, fuck you, bye. Boom.
You got to run a promotion for everybody. The sickos can be the ones that buy tickets first and spend the most money on the merchandise.
Because we just secured the bag.
But, like, you got to promote for everybody. Then you'll have a lot of viewers.
I think we proved a lot of so-called experts. We made them look like idiots. We're not going anywhere. Tony Khan's not going anywhere.
You'll also be there on TNT. You'll be in 2 places at once. You'll be around like my favorite movie. Tama Tonga. It's so great, Pittsburgh.
It's not like I tried to be a character. It sort of happened naturally.
the best guys, Tony Khan.
To keep themselves safe.
You did to me. You realize how to me. Have any idea the matter you put in me? Vincent Kennedy met me in a man. How could you do this? Snatch. You snatch. If you just calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Huh? You want me to calm down? What were those words? Any place, any time, with any Bob. If you just calm down. Yes! Tonight, the Undertaker will be kidnapped.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight, just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup, triple cup.
What's happening, guys? Welcome to another eclectic edition of PWT Live Show. Yeah. I am your host, the infallible Phil Marks. That's Phil S. Marks. And we are here. It is Saturday. It's Sicko Saturday, guys. Thank you for tuning in. I'm sorry if it's been wonky times lately. Again, East Coast is like 2 hours ahead of me now, and then West Coast is like only an hour behind instead of like 2 hours behind. I don't know, but we don't change our clocks, so it might be later for you than usual. For me, it's kind of earlier than I typically stream, so I don't know how it's lining up, but it's all good. They exist. They're on the internet. They're in the ethos. You can watch the replay. Check it out. Hit like, hit subscribe. Tonight, Tama Tonga got fined by WWE. It's a little hypocritical, man. No, we're going to talk about it. Mercedes Martinez exposes AEW. AEW gets felted once more. In other Mercedes news, Mercedes Moné only has 3 titles left. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about the Unhinged fan. We haven't done a Sicko segment in like a long time. It's been like a couple weeks, and we have done them, but they've been like more just focused on one person or thing. And it's almost better that way, I find. And so they've been few and far between lately. And that's just typically because there's been so much other crazy ass news, and it takes, 4 hours to get through it all, or we're doing a watch along or whatever. But that dude who was like challenging wrestlers to fight and all of that stuff, we're going to talk about him, and one of our old fools returns to the show as well. So round of applause for that. One of our old fools, one of the original fools that I stopped talking about. Buffering. Do I sound good, guys? Chat. Do I sound okay? Everybody can hear me good? I don't know if you guys are trolling. A full-on Sicko segment can be too much sometimes. Yeah, I mean, when you're just scrolling through sludge, it just gets unfunny, So I have a folder filled with stuff over the last like month or two, and I just picked some really good stuff out. We're going to go over that. One of our old fools returns. It's going to be awesome. Sport of Wrestling, if you guys know him. And yeah, so I'm excited. Guys, hit like, hit heart if you're on X, hit retweet. You guys can become a member for 99 cents. We do Member Mondays, which rule. Or you can gift a membership. You can super chat in, or patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes. Okay, those are my plugs. I appreciate you guys so much for being here. Let's just jump. I don't know how long tonight's show is going to be, honestly, because there's not a whole whack of a lot to get to. And that's why we have time for the Sicko segment, which I am mostly excited for. But there's not too much to get into, unless you guys want to talk about Ricochet and Sean Sapp melting down again. I mean, that's been going on. That's like a week and a half. I've been talking about that shit all week, I'm over it. Everybody's talked about it. Like, I don't know what else we can say. But yeah, I think I said everything that needs to be said. So otherwise, there's not much like insane drama, and a lot of this shit is getting glossed over, and good. Well, I don't know. I don't know if it is a good thing or if it is necessarily being glossed over. Just as far as I'm concerned, like, I don't really give a shit about some of this stuff that people are trying to get outraged over, to be honest. But some of it, I think there could be maybe a little more, not outraged, but like, hey, what's going on here? Why is this happening? Also, UFC London, the main events. I mean, it's been one of the worst UFC cards, I think, ever. So maybe not ever, but it's been pretty bad. And the UK crowd, the London crowd, they're just not as hot as they have been in the past. And all the fights kind of were stinkers, and MVP went out there and had a stinker, and then they didn't even give him an interview after because I don't know. Either way, I'm excited, and I appreciate you all for being here. And so there's one thing I don't think I bookmarked that I did quickly just want to bookmark before we get into things, and it just crossed my mind. So as I do this, guys, comment, retweet, all that good shit. Here we go. Yes. So it was something I actually tweeted out that I didn't bookmark. So excellent. But guys, we're going to start in, speaking of segments that we haven't really done in a little bit. I think the last 2 shows, we skipped over TNA news. So we're going to get into that right now. To start the show off. So guys, in TNA news, this was a couple weeks ago almost. Here's Blue Thunder Bang. Ricky Sosa wins his debut match against Brad Attitude.
As well. Oh, what an uppercut. Ricky Sosa, he lists the likes of Randy Orton.
And he looked really good in his debut. You know, like, look, he can wrestle. The kid can work. He's got the entrance. Look at that shit. Boom, can get to the top rope. You don't even need to be doing that, but he can. He can do that shit. You don't even need to be. He's got an element of gracefulness when he flies through the air.
To stay alive from the second rope. Hold on. Caught by Sosa. Blue Thunder Bang. Sosa wins his Impact debut.
So he does like the spinning Deep Six Blue Thunder Bomb, right? So as he sizes up as well, he's just going to be hitting that on people. There's an element of power there that I'm not saying he was just tossing that guy around like nothing. You know, it doesn't look like he has that sneaky power like Joe Hendry, but he's got something, right? He uses his size and he can kind of fly around a little bit. You know, it's good shit. He's got a look. He's got the music. He's got the gear. Let's go.
Here is your winner, Ricky Sosa.
Absolutely as well.
So that is just incredible. I think we might have another appearance of Sosa. No, he just showed up with Monet. I think we covered that in AEW news last show. So in other roster news and updates, Cedric Alexander says he turned down an AEW opportunity because he wanted to do his own thing. He's currently signed with TNA and part of the System faction, so he was offered something confirmed to go and join the Hurt Syndicate. That would have been awesome, but I think Cedric Alexander, it's smarter to just do his own thing. Like, it's the easy route. So he still sees something bigger in his future, clearly, because the easy route would be, okay, just go take the bag and hang out with Tone and fucking and Lashley and Shelton, and then he would just be benched right now because like Lashley and Shelton I think are banged up, and so MVP is gone, right? Like they're all going to be gone at the same time. They're all going to be used at the same time. It would have been cool to see him as a trios champ and have the whole Hurt business / Hurt Syndicate teamed up again, but and it goes to show you, like, for him to say no, but he's going to be in the group, the System. So he knew if I go to AEW, I'm going to be in the Hurt business. But he is like, I'm going to stay here. And I'm sure MVP helped get Cedric a good money offer. But he decided, I'm going to stay in TNA and be in the System, this other faction over here, and try and build Bear Bronson and these guys, and a couple of these guys, while also probably taking less money, you have to assume. And I'm not even knocking his hustle. I'm just saying, like, he's making a real smart choice, at least in his mind, or a calculated choice, or it just shows you that AEW, just because they throw a lot of money, there's more there than a lot of these guys want that AEW might not be able to offer. And I just think he wants to wrestle a bunch, and Lashley and Shelton, I mean, when they're in matches in AEW they put on. They're great. They look great. They always show up in shape. They can go. They're freak athletes and all that, even in their age and shit. But it's like, they also want to chill a little bit and like just they made their money. They earned that shit. They earned tone bucks. So shout out Cedric. I don't know. It's just a calculated move. He sees something bigger in himself. Clearly, still to come. And good on him, because Benjamin and Lashley, I mean, they've both done, and MVP have done pretty much everything there is to do, aside from maybe a few more world championships that should have went around that faction at some time. But anyways, I digress. So Allie, the bunny, has returned to TNA.
Trust us. I almost get to talk to real people again. Okay, let me practice. Hi, I'm Allie.
The Butcher and the Blade with Bunny would rule way harder in TNA. The Butcher and the Blade would be booked properly. They'd be the top heel tag team. Because they have a look, man. I don't care what anybody says. Even when they debuted early in AEW, like year one, I know that shit like took a lot of heat from fans online at that time. They're like, who are these fucking guys? But it's like, dude, look at their look. You're going to learn who they are. I don't know shit. I didn't know shit about them. But they do have a great look, and it's like they can wrestle. What more do you need? From there, you just need a good story, and why did they look that way, and what does them looking that way mean for the show and the characters they interact with? That's where the fun begins. We don't know shit about them. That's a good thing. But it was the way, like, Excalibur, the Butcher and the Blade, like, everyone knows who they are, and it's kind of like, well, we don't, Either way, they would be way cooler. The Butcher and the Blade versus the Righteous, the Butcher and the Blade versus the Hardys, the Butcher and the Blade versus fucking whoever else they have coming up. And what's that one team? What are those guys' named? They left Eric Young, I believe. The one dude, he does like the Bruiser Brody face, and he doesn't wear shoes. You guys know what they were like called? The not the North, the Northern Armory or whatever. Those guys are good. So anyways, though, Bunny's there for the time being, and Allie's done good shit in TNA, so we'll see how it plays out with her rocking with Rosemary. Wasn't she dead? Didn't she get killed off with Rosemary last time? And then now they're bringing that back, so we'll see how spooky they get with it. TNA announced the signing of Candice Michelle. So let's take a look at this. Here's Carlos Silva and Tommy Dreamer signing Candice Michelle, who's been in the crowd multiple times for a lot of TNA shows. So has she been advising and shit? I don't know, but she's there working officially under contract.
Candice, it's so great that you're going to be part of the TNA team, be behind the scenes with us as a former champion, bringing all of that experience to all the women here at TNA. It's going to be great. We're just so happy. And I've got your contract here. I think it's got everything that we talked about. And we just look forward to, building this together.
Wow. Thank you so much. It feels good to be home with wrestling. And I'm just loyal. I've been loyal with Tommy for 20 years. Loyal to the business, and I didn't know that this could come back. And so to give me a platform so that I can help build this with you guys and be a small little piece of that and see where I can fit in there on any angle, it's just really a dream come true. I was actually
hell yeah. So Candice Michelle also had this to say. She was on Giga Chad Chris Van Vliet show Insight, and she said that she wrestled WWE matches without proper training. We know. Yeah, we knew that already. But
let's talk about it.
Shout out Candice Michelle. I had the biggest crush on her. Like, she was my number one diva when I was a kid. I'm just a kid and life is a nightmare. And she was on Giga Chad Van Vliet show. Go and check that out. Signed to TNA. She's loyal. I don't know what she's going to do. Is she coaching? Is she going to give advice and shit? She's like an advisor to the diva. Is she going to be booking? Is she going to just a representative, brand ambassador? That's cool. but I hope she doesn't get in ring again. Like maybe if they do some type of like knockouts rumble or something, but either way, moving along. Missy Hyatt had this to say. Her new Twitter, by the way, Missy Hyatt at Real Missy Hyatt. That's her new actual Twitter. And she saw that I posted a screen grab of her other Twitter trying to solicit me to click on like a phishing link. And so she DM'd me off this real one. She's like, can you please let people know? I was like, sure, yeah, I got you. But anyways, Real Missy Hyatt. So there you go. That's me letting people know that this is her real Twitter. Candice Michelle was signed by TNA to become an agent and producer for women's matches. I guess I can now apply to be an agent producer for death matches. Oh, shit. So she just fucking laid the smackdown on Candice Michelle's. Did I say Lorraine by accident? Pardon me. Smackdown's in my brain. I'm all fed Smackdown brained out, guys. Candice Michelle just got a fucking can of whoop ass there for Missy Hyatt. Candice Michelle was signed by TNA to become an agent. Okay, so I just didn't know that part. Agent and producer. I guess I can now apply to be an agent and producer for death matches. Like, damn, why'd you have to do it like that?
Emotional damage.
That's crazy. So moving along here we have actual like news related to TNA, the company itself. But first, Dave Meltzer, Wrestling Observer newsletter, became a new member. We acknowledge you. Thank you.
Acknowledge me.
Thank you, Dave Meltzer, for becoming a member. Member Monday shows rule. The last one was hilarious. I don't know what we're going to do this Monday. I don't know what we're going to do. We've watched Raw the last few times. It's been pretty fun. But unless something crazy goes down, like that one Monday that I got to just rant about for an hour, then I don't know what we're going to do. Maybe just throwbacks and shit like that. Maybe some more sickos or something. We'll figure it out, but it's always a fun time. So in other what's chat saying? You guys chilling? Okay, let me finish up this TNA news here, all right? TNA Wrestling and iHeartMedia today announced a new multi-platform collaboration that will integrate iHeartMedia across TNA's premium live events, weekly television programming, digital platforms, and fan experiences, while tapping into iHeartMedia's expansive nationwide audio network to engage fans across broadcast, live events, and digital media in new and dynamic ways. So here's the thing with iHeartRadio. I listen to a bunch of pods, like when I listen to like Wrestling with Freddie, or I put on Pod Meets World. It's like, brought to you by iHeart. And then you get like the generic iHeart podcast, iHeartRadio ads that are basically just promoting other pods that are affiliated with iHeart or whatever. I don't really understand what the fuck, like, what's the difference between, because like I don't go to this anything called iHeartRadio, and obviously iHeart, I'm assuming that has to do with iPhone. I use Apple. Look at me piecing it together. Jacques Clouseau over here, fucking brilliant. This guy Phil Marks over here. So I'm assuming, right, because I just go on Apple Podcasts and then I get so are all of them iHeartRadio? Because like if I listen to Jim Cornette on there, again, I tell you guys, I'm listening to more of like his clips on YouTube now. I haven't listened to a full Jim Cornette like front to back in a long time. But I definitely seek out the clips on YouTube and whatnot. So I'm unaware. Is everything iHeart that if you're listening to it through Apple? I'm not sure how it's because like I don't use iHeart as like my podcast distributor / aggregator or whatever you want to call it personally. So is that even what it does? Or I wonder if someone can explain this. Lex, can you explain this to us, to the audience at home? I should know. I don't know. Me neither, buddy. iHeart and Apple are completely separate. Okay, well, there you go. Either way, TNA's teaming up with them. Everyone's getting into the podcast game. You see my AEW's rocking with the pods. You see Netflix and Amazon and fucking everything starting to rock with the pods, the video pods on their platforms and everything. So Tubi, hit me up. Roku, hit up your boy Phil. So Sosa made his debut. Some other shit went down, right? Like these guys here. Is this who I was thinking of? Yeah. These guys right here. That's who I was talking about. The dude with no boots. I forget their names, but the Hardy Boys and them. The Hardys are doing good shit. You have TNA AJ Francis holding it down. Him and Kazarian beating the shit out of Elijah. All this good stuff. Elena Black, Cora Jade is on the show all the time. And TNA Impact last Thursday, 259,000 viewers, 0.04 in the key demo. The quote-unquote, man, fuck the 18 to 49. That's just old shit. That literally shouldn't even matter anymore. Like, I just don't even believe that that's a thing that should or does matter more than like a demo. I'm sure there's other demos doing close, right? So why wouldn't that matter more if there's more? Because that's who we want. We want the 18 to 49 males or whatever. Just shut the fuck up. Like, these streamers look at shit by so many different things to where I think even regular TV, it's still different. It's still different, I guess. So, or is it? You get ads in streaming shows. So is it really different? It's like a 0.04. Okay, but look at the overall 259. They're growing every week. They might start doing 300, 350. I said their potential was anywhere from 300 to 500Ks, like pushing, like 450s being reasonable. They could like top out there and do that on average maybe more. Who knows if they keep growing. But like, how are they doing 0.04 in the key demo, but then their ratings are growing every week? And I'm not shitting on the 0.04. Like, I'm sure Collisions get 0.04, for instance, but it's like, is that the key demo then? There's not a demo higher than 0.04, and why aren't you selling more to them if we're talking key demo, right? So I just think it's an old thing, an old man thing. So anyways, 259. Gotta love it. I'm not sure what they did this week. Has that even come out? Raj Giri, speaking of old men. No, shout out Raj. I love his breakdown. So he breaks it down here. Down. Impact averaged 259K viewers, up 4% from the prior week with a 0.04, 18 to 49 rating, unchanged per Programming Insider. The audience was the best yet for the show, while the 18 to 49 rating is what the show has been averaging. So they averaged the same 18 to 49. And then they're up 4%. And the reason why that up 4% matters, and when NXT or AEW goes up or down 4%, I'm like, whatever. So like the same, the reason why that actually matters for TNA is because they keep going up 4%, 10%, whatever the fuck. So good to see them doing that. And of course it'll level out. There will be a week where it goes down a little bit. There will be ebbs and flows eventually, but so far I thought they'd already start happening. But so far it's like what you could have wanted to happen. The debut show goes down, like AJ's on it and shit. It does a number and people were like, oh, it's actually pretty good. It's not like holy shit, but it's like, okay. Some people were underwhelmed, I guess, but you just, the hype was too high for it, right? Like, but ever since, it's been, and what I mean by the hype was too high, I mean like some people were, oh, it's going to do 500,000, 400. That's like, whoa, pump your brain, don't start. You got to be real modest with this shit. Unlike what Dave does with AEW and shit. That's why they can never get ahead. You got to be modest with it. Otherwise it's going to, the expectations won't be met. So they're just slowly climbing up and up and up though. So that's where it's a W. And until that stops, like I thought the first step was going to do really good, and then like the second one it was going to drop off, and then people were going to clown it really hard, and then you might see it kind of go up and up. But it's just kind of been on a steady climb. So shout out TNA. They've done it without having to be like, we signed fucking Pete Dunne, or like, who's one of these guys, Andrade. We got just name one of we fucking stole 3 guys from the Callis family to be, TNA signs Hechicero and name 2 guys in the Callis family. Like they didn't have to do anything like that. Like AEW pulled on them, like AEW does to get pops. Tone recently admitted that he fucking signed more people this last year than any other year or whatever. And it doesn't seem like they have the TV time or the space for all these people. And there's like a bunch of people missing who are like begging to get on TV. There's none of that really in TNA. The only controversy was medical clearance. And the TNA's like, we're not going to clear Steph DeLander. And if Steph DeLander got cleared by WWE doctors, good for her. And I'm glad that she got released or asked for her release and was granted it. And I'm glad that she can go make money elsewhere on the indies and hopefully everything's good. And I hope it doesn't cause her too much trouble and everything like that. But I'm all for companies like protecting these athletes. Like, look at Ospreay, like rushed his return. They don't even need him until All In Wembley. It's not like it's going to matter. They just rushed his return. And we know it's not going to matter because All In apparently distributed like almost 20,000 tickets right off rip. So they didn't need Ospreay to do that. And they didn't need him to come back to do that. They could have just waited, gave him his time. So when TNA is like, look, we're not going to wrestle you again. Like, we're not going to use you again. I'm not against companies like standing up and being like, look, it's just a precaution, we just don't see it. You didn't go through us, and then that's where she's like, well, you didn't help me, whatever. Okay, that's between them. But as far as like wrestler safety, at least they exemplified it. But also, I created a conspiracy theory myself and put it out in the universe that also, like, we've seen what Mance and SDL have been doing on TNA, and it kind of just didn't really fit with what they were doing. And I don't think Mance and SDL were more over on TNA. Like, I don't think they were getting themselves more over and like Mance like painting his face and all that shit. And they might have looked at them and like what they're paying them and what, and just like, okay, the show's doing fine without you guys there. And maybe I'm off on that. Maybe that's a harsh critique, but I just feel like what TNA is kind of the direction they were going. I just think they kind of fit better in GCW and GCW and HOG and shit are hot right now. ACW and everything's hot right now. So fucking go get it done over there. Anyways, TNA breaking. Anthem Sports and Entertainment Inc. announced today that TNA Wrestling and Warner Bros. Discovery premium sports channel Eurosport India have entered into a new multi-year exclusive programming agreement. So TNA, man, getting deals done, and they're getting deals done here, and Warner Bros, WBD, Eurosport India. So that doesn't affect America or anything like that, the Americas at whole. And also, or the UK, or maybe, I don't know, Eurosport India. It seems like it's obviously focused on India. And it's just like how TNT or TBS, what was it? TNT Sports, I think, worked with WWE in the UK for a while. Or maybe they still do. So when it's international like that, this isn't a huge like, oh my God, this is proof that, the Fed is going to take over and get AEW kicked off of TBS or TNT and all of this shit, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it's an indicator of that, but good for TNA. Like, they're just expanding and they're hopefully being viewed by more people internationally. And the AMC deal has clearly helped them. And they are clearly helping AMC out with these ratings growing each week. I mean, that's a huge positive for them. What more can we say? There's not much else to say about TNA right now other than good job. Good job. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was TNA. Woo woo. So, guys, if you were watching UFC London, by the way, which it just wasn't a good card overall. And I'm not one of these guys that's like, oh, I need to see KOs every single fucking fight. I'm not one of these guys. I can appreciate a good scrap, but I don't know. Movsar Evloev beat Lerone Murphy by decision. They were combined. It was like 19-0 versus 17-0. Right. And then someone's O has to go. Evloev, he was the number 1 ranked featherweight, and he got it done via decision. and he's 20-0. He improved to 20-0 at UFC London. And I don't know, the vibe wasn't that good. The card just wasn't that great overall. But I'm glad there were fights on. I'm never going to hate on fights being on. You know what I'm saying? Just in general. But it was boring as fuck, as Chad is pointing out as well. Ray J's World 6852 for 5 says, I get the feeling. I got a feeling. That TNA is going to be the one to be in 2028. Damn, so that's a while. Tony better make better shows. Yeah, I mean, listen, if they continue down this path and then let's say Tone ends up where on Amazon, like let's say he ends up on Prime, it's just not a fucking good look at all. And it'll just be Dave lying about pay-per-view numbers, lying about streaming numbers. A bunch of people are going to stop watching it, period. Like, I didn't catch every fucking TNA. I was down with TNA the whole time, like even in their worst eras and like the pop impact on pop with Josh Matthews doing the commentary and Destination America. Like I followed it all when they became Global Force Wrestling. I kept my finger on the pulse as a fan, but I didn't tune in every fucking week. Like you don't go out of your way, but you keep up with it. Like I kept up with it. But you don't go out of your way to follow that shit every single week. It's tough. When EC3 was cooking, sure. When the Broken Universe was a thing, sure, I was tuning in more frequently. I remember Rhodes came in. He took on Mike Bennett. Like that fucking ruled. Moose was doing some good shit for a while. I know a lot of people hate on him. The point I'm getting at is them going to Prime or ending up on like just my AEW or Destination America, whatever. They just become an indie fed. I'm sorry. Like it is not going to bode well for them. And the attendances already reflect what the pay-per-view buys would be like if Dave had any sense and what why the ratings are the way they are. AEW, we're going to talk about it. They popped a good rating again recently this last Wednesday, and good for them. And the shows have been formatted. Like we've been pointing out the positives that hopefully this is the reason why. And hopefully AEW is going to start turning things around and whatnot. But in 2028, it's going to be way closer. If by some Hail Mary, like imagine some fucking Hail Mary miracle for Tone, where it stays on TNT, TBS, and Paramount's like, yeah, we'll work with AEW and we'll renew them and the best guys, Tony Khan.
Tony Khan.
I mean, if that happens, Tone should be counting his fucking blessings, you know? And, good, then everybody's wrong. Everybody's fucking wrong. But if he ends up on like Amazon, I mean, that's where it kind of goes into an era of, okay, now you're really rebuilding, like Dave was saying, and you're TNA now, and no one really cares. And then the attendances will reflect that, and more than they have been. Because again, even with All In, we're going to talk about it, even though they distributed like 19,000 tickets off rip, like first day, okay, Tone's a billionaire. Like we see this all the time. They're going to fluff this house big time again. And if you compare it to the last 2 times they've been to Wembley, the numbers are still not going to match up. I already know. And it's going to be a travesty when Thurston comes out months later with the numbers. I'm already sensing it, but that's fine. Like I'm not hating on it. It'll do better, I think, naturally than All in Texas, because I just think them taking a break from London was like the right move. And then if it's a cheaper show, London, because they want a fucking WrestleMania in the UK. Like if they do WrestleMania in the UK, that shit will break records. That shit will go fucking crazy. Like that, you know, you might get like a lot of I don't know if you could do it 2 nights. Would you get a lot of repeat buyers? You might do that and be like, could you imagine an event that does 80,000 2 nights in a row? I'm not saying like maybe, but could you imagine? I bet if they did a WrestleMania 1 night only in the UK, they would easily break the All In record or whatever. But if they spread it out across 2 nights, they might not break any single night record, but just overall attendance. I think you get a lot of people there 2 nights in a row. Just because they're hungry for it. So, and we'll talk about this more in AEW news, but just to touch on it now, like even with those tickets being distributed, it's like, all right, that's good for them. But where's like these insane fucking queues you see for WWE shows where everybody wants to doom and gloom mania, but the queue was still, you couldn't get in, and the fucking the blackouts aren't happening, the tickets balance out. It's the same song and dance. It seems like, well, I don't know. The last 2 years, I guess they didn't really they tried to doom and gloom mania. Okay. They even tried to doom and gloom 40, which is like, not every mania can be as good as 40. Not every mania can be as good as 18 or 20 or fucking 17. You know, not mania is mania 1. Not every mania is going to be as good as every mania, as every best mania of all time. You know what I mean? Some of them aren't the best. Some of them you look back on and you're like, I don't know. Even I said 20, that probably triggered some people in chat. They're probably like, oh, come on now, Phil. That's not very fair. But that was a really good mania. That one gets slept on a lot. Other than like the Eddie Benoit moment, but that's why it gets slept on. It gets buried a bit because Benoit, right? That's probably what it is. Just gets kind of buried there. And the Goldberg Brock match. But that was cool, though. That was, at the time, that was fucking crazy how crazy the crowd was going. Because that was one of the first times where internet fans really were like, we're hijacking a match because fuck these guys. You know, they're both leaving type shit, because the internet found out they were both leaving. So they were like, boo. And then Brock and Goldberg were like, all right, we're not doing shit. We're not doing shit. But that was a good mania, though. Undertaker was the dead man again. He was haunting Kane. So, yeah, let's get into some more news. We got some more news to get into. But thank you for the super chat. I forget who super chat. It was Ray J's World or whatever. And yeah, shout out chat for hanging out and bringing up good shit to talk about. So, okay, so here's a breaking news, a developing WWE news we just got right here. Yeah, the main event in London for the UFC, it was just empty. The crowd was empty. I think they walked out middle of the fight, and it's just these overpriced tickets. Like, here's the thing, UFC's fucking up. They're pulling an AEW kind of. No, not pulling an AEW, but they kind of are when Joe Rogan's like, you guys are just casuals. He was saying that on commentary. Not tonight, but like on the last card when people were booing like the BMF title match, because it was basically just Oliveira putting on a fucking jiu-jitsu clinic on Max Holloway, and then Max Holloway being so resilient, like you couldn't tap him out. Joe Rogan was like, oh, you guys are just casuals and shit. And it's like, well, okay. The BMF title, the whole point of it, like, that's like for the casuals belt. Right? It's two guys. The BMF is like, if you don't watch UFC because you don't care about the bantamweight champion or whatever, you're going to tune in for the BMF because The Rock might put the belt on someone, and it's going to be two guys who throw bones, essentially. So I'm all for it. I like Oliveira putting on a fucking jiu-jitsu clinic. I enjoy grappling as much as the next guy and everything. But it's like, Joe, why are you calling people casuals, man? You know, like you're fucking up. And then the crowd, like, here, I'll just show you guys quickly. This is a crowd like in London, some of the most rabid fucking fans, typically, and it was empty during the main event because Evloev just fucking just paced Murphy, and it's just boring. The whole card was boring, and the prices the tickets cost so much to go to these shows, and they're just TKOing, pardon me, the fuck out of UFC. And Ronda Rousey's been calling it out. You know, now I agree with Ronda Rousey's assessment. Some of it, you know, UFC's still like the elite of the elite. It's not like Evloev doesn't beat all the featherweights everywhere in the world. You know, like if he wasn't in UFC, he's the champ of every fed he's in. So fuck you if you think he's boring. He'll beat your ass for 5 rounds. So I'm not like shitting on the skill level in UFC, but it's just crazy. Like WNBA players starting next year get paid more than your average UFC fighter. And it's all subsidized by the NBA, but like UFC brought in almost $2 billion last year, whatever, 1.7 billion. WNBA brought in zero. It brought in negative money, right? So we got to fix this. Like they're just TKOing the shit out of UFC, and it's not so good. And luckily in WWE, I mean, yes, could the stages and shit be nicer? Absolutely. Like they could go, we harp about the aesthetic and the pay-per-view stages we used to get back in the Attitude Era. But again, like people got to understand when the building is not full, then it paid off to have those bigger sets and whatnot, right? But when the building's full, you got to have these smaller like tunnels and shit. That being said, though, at least in WWE, we have Brock Lesnar there. We get to see Roman versus Punk. We get to see Orton versus fucking Rhodes. We get to see like the biggest names. Like really think about AEW. Who's anyone there where you're like, oh, we'd love to see him in a Mania match? To me, like I think Kenny could get over. I still maintain that with the WWE audience in this day and age. I think just as a mark, like Okada would be cool to see at WrestleMania come out with his fucking, that'd be cool. Otherwise, like, I don't know. Either they've wrestled at WrestleMania or there's no one like, oh, it would be like maybe Jericho versus Dom. That's a match I want to see for sure. But Dana White even left his cage side seat during MVP versus Sam Patterson, and he did not return. He didn't even return for the main event. Dana White got up and left. That's how shite UFC's been, guys. So we have to, I know that we love WWE, and I know that I'm fence sitting Phil, and I try to, I bury some shit in WWE, and people fucking are like, what are you talking about? You're wrong. But we have to hold their feet to the fire when they fuck up in WWE, or else it's going to turn into this. Okay. It's going to turn into this shit if we aren't careful. All right. And we got to be honest about things like, yeah, this WrestleMania build hasn't been the greatest. It hasn't been WrestleMania 40. Creatively has this year 26 even been hitting as hard as 25 was with Cena, and then like even the year before that you had the Bloodline and all that shit. Fuck no. Am I pumped for Mania? I fucking am, dude. I really am. It's shaping up. I want to see Oba Brock real bad because it's either going to be like a quick squasher or like Brock's going to go through tables and he's going to let Oba just devastate him. I'm curious to see. I'm not really pumped for whatever Jelly Roll's doing, although him and Wilson had a good little segment. I don't know, man. We'll get into WWE and WrestleMania news, but I am pumped for Mania. I want to see Rhodes versus Orton. I want to see Punk versus Roman. I want to find out who Orton's been on the phone with, and WWE.com wrote something like, who do you think he's on the phone with? Is it Ric Flair, Batista, The Rock? So I think we're going to get a reveal of who he's talking about, possibly at Mania, and that could be awesome. I am pumped for all those things. Drew and Fatu, they're just going to have a Haas match. That's going to be good. What else is going down at Mania? I'm sure the 3-way for the women's tag, I'm pretty sure is going to be a thing if it hasn't been made official already. And that'll be okay. I don't know. The Bellas were, they're kind of And the Bliss Charlotte stuff is kind of I like the Irresistible Forces. They're really good. I like them as a pairing. I wasn't totally into it. Oh, dude, I got it. Ray J's World for 20. Man, huge support. Holy shit. Let's play this guy some fucking music, shall we? Thank you so much. Ray J's World, you are the man. My jungle love. Dude, thank you. So if Tony wakes up the fan suggestion that we're just chilling, this is just chill part of the show before we get into the next segment. There's not a lot of news tonight, if you guys can tell. I'm dragging ass. If Tony takes up the fan suggestion that AEW have a major event in the U.S. during Saudi Mania, that might help, but I see NXT and TNA having that. If Tony takes up the fan suggestion that AEW have a major event in the U.S. during Saudi Mania, that might help, but I see NXT and TNA. Yeah, so brother, you're right. I think that maybe could help, but here's the thing, and we covered this on the show. You saw the list of like the 140 fucking wrestling shows going down around Mania weekend, right? Whatever show they do, unless it's All In, I guess, again. But like whatever show they do, it won't have that effect where all the indies surround it. But if all the indies get their shit together and they get behind Tone and they're like, yeah, let's all surround this one show, then that's good. But they're not going to do that for some average ass show that draws 20,000 people. Do you get what I'm saying? Like, they're not going to do that because it just doesn't make sense. Like, even WrestleMania weekend, there's a ton of wrestling fans in town. So they all go there. But the fact that they all go there now, that's not good for everyone's business. Now, maybe if each of these shows sell out and all of the fucking shows surrounding Mania weekend are like sellouts and monetary successes, that's good. But the more shows they are, the thinner you have to imagine. So the indies will want to pair up next to like, okay, this PLE's in our town and we're from this region or whatever, we'll fucking do a show around here. But if they can all sort of agree, and maybe it's like a psychosis, or maybe they all get in a fucking a group chat or something and they all agree, let's go there for this pay-per-view, even though there's only going to be like 25,000 fans. But then how does XJPW, how does that event draw in this fucking town? Whatever, they go to Orlando, like wherever AEW did some American show while WWE's in Saudi, they have to be able to draw like 40,000 people for a bunch of indies to want to flock to that, unless someone does a con as well, a Tony Khan, you know. You really have to think about it logistically. Like, AEW doesn't shift economies, and they're not going to in the UK show either. I'm sorry, man. Like that, it's going to be padded as fuck. You're gonna see the distributed's gonna be completely different after Thurston gets done and through with that shit, and which is fine. You know, the distribution's going to be different from the turnstile count or whatever. Again, you're going to see that shit, and them moving that many tickets immediately, like how do we, I just don't buy it fully yet. Maybe because they're hungry in the UK, but yeah, I don't know. We've been harping on this for a long time. Oh yeah, but the other point that I was going to make is that NXT, Evolve, TNA, AAA, even they could just do a Worlds Collide show in some town and generate as much buzz and get a building with 20,000 people in it for the AAA show if it's in the right city and it's at the same time that WWE's in Saudi. And they do some fucking show that goes on YouTube and all of that. And you're right. Like, they could all team up and just do something that sort of takes away from whatever AEW and the indies were going to do if they wanted to. I just don't think that WWE going to another country, because here's the thing. Nobody says this when they're like, oh, do WrestleMania in London. And then it's like, hey, we should all do something in America, WrestleMania. There's a void left here by WWE. Nobody gets up in arms when everyone's like, hey, send WWE to Wembley for WrestleMania. Send WWE to Canada for WrestleMania. Nobody's like, oh, there's a giant void and we need to fill that void and we need to do a WrestleCon and have fucking... Nobody says shit like that. But it's because they're in Saudi. So what makes them think there's going to be this big void missing just because... It's on the other side of the planet, and it's, you know, it's not a bunch of white dudes. I don't know what to tell you, man. For real, though, it's like, what difference does it make? I don't think so. It could happen. I don't know. It's fun to think about, but I just think some of these indies have already been approached about doing shows in Saudi. So I just think they would go do shows there, and it wouldn't really make a difference unless there's war and shit's going on. Then that's a difference maker. Then WrestleMania just stays in America, or they go to Wembley, and then nobody's like, oh, we should do something in America to counteract the Wembley WrestleMania. Like, they would never say that, but for some reason with Saudi, they say that. It's the dumbest thing ever. Anyways, so let's get into, we just spent a long time just chit-chatting chat. So let's get into some actual news. We have miscellaneous news up next. Before we get into WWE and AEW news, we got a Sicko segment tonight. There's not too much of miscellaneous news, but it is juicy. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news. Let me know when Ray to Ray starts, guys. When does Ray to Ray 2 start? Is that tonight?
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So, in good news, the finals of the New Japan Cup 26, Yuya Uemura versus Callum Newman, bruv. And we will have a first-time winner who will challenge Yota Tsuji for the IWGP Heavyweight Championship at Sakura Genesis. Hontai versus United Empire. That's the faction names. And we move along here. We can see Callum Newman actually won the New Japan Cup and will go on. This is Bruv's Bruv right here. And he did shit on AEW, but he's just the latest guy to shit on AEW before Bruv and Tony bring him into AEW, you know? He's just the latest Nuge guy who talks shit about AEW. So this is what he had to say. Shout out New Japan and New Japan World. They're known for sniping people, so I'm going to play this and we'll react to the first little bit. But he's going to take on Yota Tsuji.
Oh my god, fuck me. Punch me fucking arms. Hey, drink up. Oh, 2 for me. Let's go. 2. The Empire, baby.
Chugging back some Sapporos. You know that's got to feel good.
Tsuji, I'll be seeing you at Ryogoku. Huh? And it's not going to be long until everyone in this group has got gold on their waist. And they take hits. Huh? This is a new empire. It's a new Japan. And guess what? We're taking over fucking everything. You know what, boys?
So he's the latest guy to be like, I drink beer and smoke cigarettes, bruv, and fuck you and fuck AEW, bruv. But it's all been cleared by Tone, so he's allowed to do that. So we're not buying into this again. He's just going to get Gabe Kidded. Shout this dude out. Tsuji's going to beat that ass. And they really need it, dude. New Japan really needs a kick in their ass, a fire lit under their ass, a spark on their bum. And they need to start doing shit with WWE. They really need to. They just need to start trying to get fucking top WWE guys out there for Wrestle Kingdom or like a crossover show or however they partner up. Now, WWE 100% would be like, you can't work with AEW people if you work with us on the same show. And I don't know if Nuge will do that because Tanahashi-san loves Tone McCon, but we will see. Shout out Callum Newman, I guess. In indie wrestling news, just a couple quick updates. Masha Slamovich will be making her first indie match return. I think this is her first match, and she's taking on Rio. Not Rio like Rhea Ripley and Io Sky, not Riho like Riho in AEW, but Riho, R-H-I-O, who's another wrestler, and she is the Fourth Rope. West Side Gun presents Heels Have Eyes 11, and Masha Slamovich will be there in a championship match. I expect to put over Rio. Good for them for booking her. Like, I get it. Some people don't like her, I guess, and there's personal issues. You know, some people accuse her of being like an abusive piece of shit and all of these sorts of things. I'm not in these people's bedrooms and lives. There's no, if she was in a relationship where people got physical with each other, that's fucked up. And apparently that's what the situation was. And so that's fucked as long, if she's not like throwing puppies in rivers or fucking with children or something or murdered somebody. I mean, what, it's not like, again, that's between them, and I hope they figured it out and people can change, and perhaps that was a toxic situation mutually both ways, and hopefully she's a better person and has grown from that situation. Her spot was blown up in NXT and all of that. I am a fan of her. She's making her first, I believe this is her first appearance on Fourth Rope. Heels Have Eyes. Shout out West Side Gun, setting up a good match for Rio. I imagine she's going to put Rio over. And so he's just putting her over, though. She's one of my favorite wrestlers. I love her too, man. She reminded me so much of the same style, just straight fucking raw. And there you go. In other news, in OVW news, so post a referee having a seizure, and Dallas Edwards is his name, and he's doing all good, and he's like, hey, I live a comfy life, so I'm going to donate everything that was donated to me. I'm going to send it forward or whatever. After that, okay, on OVW Rise, or maybe this wasn't Rise, but this was OVW Fan Appreciation Night, and TW3 is frustrated for being stuck in a turkey suit, and he takes it out on the Road Dogg. Oh, you didn't know? Yo ass better call Al Snow. And so Road Dogg's making the rounds. He's in OVW right now, doing a segment, and possibly, who knows, maybe he picks up some work behind the scenes there. I'm not sure, but he's hitting cons and all of these things. And maybe he'll try and work Tony Khan into giving him a big bag. Billy Gunn's over there. The Gun Club's over there. So who knows? But yeah, let's take a look at this, and OVW bouncing back with Fan Appreciation Night.
Cut the music down! Enough is enough! You know, I come out here week after week, 121 days of this crap. Enough is enough. I'm a man of my word, though. I said I'm gonna get out of this turkey suit tonight. And you know what? Since you're in the ring right now, you're gonna fight me.
I am?
You're gonna fight me.
I'm gonna fight the guy in the turkey suit?
You're gonna fight me right now. Help me out in the turkey suit.
No. What you're gonna hear is the same thing he heard. I got 2 words for.
Oh, TW3 tried to cheap shot Road Dogg.
Look out here.
Road Dogg, little shake, rattle, and roll.
Shake, rattle, and roll. That's the other show is like, what do you call that? Juke and jive? What does he call that move again?
Oh my God!
I'll take it.
Road Dogg just.
Tito just got pinned by Road Dogg.
He is having a rough night at the office. I didn't think I had it in me.
Here's your winner, Road Dogg!
Hit his music.
It counts.
Yeah, hit his music, for God's sakes. Oh my God.
Yeah, there you go. Hit his music. You can't. That's copyright infringement, brother. But in other former WWE star news, actually, let's talk about this first. Dennis Condrey, pro wrestling icon and a founding member of the Midnight Express, has sadly passed away. Our thoughts are with his family and loved ones. Terribly sad. People have been posting highlights and clips. Kenny Starmaker Bolin, who follows PWT, had this to say. Dennis was a long time. I don't have a Kenny Bolin impression, guys. Dennis was a longtime dear friend. I had known him, I guess, since the middle till late 70s when he tag teamed with Phil Hickerson in Memphis. Then, of course, he became a very good friend when the Midnight Express was formed with Jim Cornette, and he was even the first one to drive my brand new 1986 Nissan Pulsar. But what I did not know, there's 0 punctuation in this, guys, by the way. What I did not know is that Dennis was a race car driver. He scared the shit out of me, Bobby, and Jimmy driving back from Cincinnati to Louisville at some NWA show we did, the Cincinnati Gardens. We always got along very well. He nicknamed me Ball Hog because when Bobby Dennis and myself would play 3-on-3 basketball before wrestling shows, he said that I would never let him and Bobby shoot. And I said, well, that's because I like to win. There you go. Lex Luger giving it up. Just tons of wrestlers. The wrestling community shook by this. And I'm sure, Jim Cornette will have a beautiful and long, I hope it's long. I hope it's an hour or two long recounting of history, stories, and just his accomplishments in wrestling, what he meant to him. Jim Cornette's going to lay it all out. And I guess that is, yeah, I guess that's something to look forward to in that regard. But otherwise, I mean, this is just tragic. And I know a lot of the old timers out there are like, God damn, this one hits home. This one hits hard. And yeah, a lot of people are sharing clips and whatnot. I mean, goddamn, man, just the way these motherfuckers would hit the ropes and stuff back then, it was just so different. Like, even though, because here's the thing, right? Nowadays, you think people would tighten it up and like really give it their all, knowing like shit goes on the internet. So even like, oh, this SmackDown was low rated. Yeah, but once the clips and you add up YouTube and the people who see it in passing on Twitter, we're talking like millions of people are seeing this shit globally because of the internet. And like they're seeing you in places you wouldn't even know, you wouldn't even think before. But back in the day, like let's say you do a show and yeah, there might be some cameras, but you're like, okay, this is going on regional television. Like you don't believe that it'll have this tape library, this extra life or two in like the purchase of all the tape libraries like everybody did. And then, you know, they started networks like ESPN Classic and shit where you could watch old stuff. And then all of a sudden streaming becomes a thing. And then there's the internet where everything's archived. Like you know, they never thought that would be a thing back then. So they would wrestle so hard for, and not hard as in like drop me on my neck and fucking, you know, sometimes, but that's like an angle. Then someone would be in a fucking neck brace and it would be a storyline that you'd make a bunch of money off of. Whereas now you would think people would be safer and more conservative, just knowing how accessible it all is so that the payoffs would mean even more. But back then they were like hitting the ropes hard. Those canvases were fucking rock hard. They're laying their shit in. Some of it was cheesy, right? Like some of the old fucking, you look back, like some of the early Hulk Hogan matches and shit, right? I mean, yeah, some of the old wrestling looks cheesy and bad for sure. But that's like any era. The thing is like now everything's under much more of a microscope, I guess is the point I'm getting at. But even back then, just the way they'd hit the ropes and throw their punches, it's like they gave a fuck. They gave a fuck about like, here's when you do this. You have the crowd fucking 1, 2, 3, like just those little things. And like, maybe it's because I'm getting older. I don't know. Times they are a changing, but like you think about the things Jim Cornette, the people like Jim Cornette have said, maybe Dutch Mantell, some of these guys, what they talk about. And you're like, God, it makes so much more sense when you just look back. And like now their stuff can be put under a microscope. And it has this new second life, and there's generations of fans who even know what the fuck Dennis Condrey is and will know who he was because of the internet and whatnot, that maybe they didn't even, you know, you'd think back then you could get away with being a little sloppier and fucking phoning it in, or, you know, you go to one town while you're going to the next town. So you fucking, but no, man, it's just the way they did. There's just a tenacity missing in wrestling. Like, yes, even when a guy like Dragunov and Carmelo Hayes go out there, like Dragunov might have that tenacity, but and Carmelo Hayes might rule, but even when they go out there and have a banger, there's just something missing, you know? But anyways. So moving along here. And yeah, obviously if there's, yeah, Jim Cornette will have anything to say that needs to be said about this, I'm sure, when the time comes. And just prayer to the Condreys, and just the wrestling community was rocked by that one for sure. In other news here, moving along, here's this app called Hot Tag. Okay, and I'm giving them a free plug. And if they want to hit me up, they can absolutely do that. But there are 137 independent pro wrestling events across the U.S. and Canada this weekend. Which one are you going to? Find a show near you with Hot Tag, hottag.app/map. And so take a look at this. This is an app where, and I just saw this and thought it was cool, and I gave them a follow and bookmarked this. So it's an app where they have whatever indie wrestling shows are going on, and any indie fed league, whatever the fuck, can get involved in this. They have like this code you copy and paste this thing, and then you're registered on their app, and they track you or whatever the fuck. It's real simple. So get in touch with these dudes. and it just tracks all the indie shows going on and where they are. It's like one of those how many pedos live in my area fucking trackers, but it's for pro wrestling, right? So, no, I'm just kidding. Jokes aside, but whenever fucking Rance or Feinstein or one of these guys are holding a show, I think it pops up green or something like that. No. I'm joking. This is jokes, bro.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
So yeah, there's just orange dots everywhere, and just check this out. And there's like wrestlers, promotions, crew. So it would, and then like Vegas weekend, of course, because that's going to be a big one. And it can just let you know if you want to get involved in pro wrestling. You know, if you go, hey man, I like this Fed, are they coming to my town? You can see it. And this sounds like I'm doing an ad read or a plug. I'm definitely not. And I just thought this was a cool thing, and more people should get involved. Like, it would be cool if TNA even, like, obviously we can look on their websites, but what would it harm to just be involved with this app? Just go, yeah, sure, we'll be involved for free. Like, we don't need to hijack your shit, or maybe someone could manually enter it somehow. But yeah, that's my pitch. I don't know if that's legal though, right? Like the indies opt into it by whatever. Maybe they're focused on, we just want to promote indies. But that's really cool that this exists, and just check it out. It's just crappy music playing in the bed. No offense, hot tag. It's just like elevator music playing, and it just shows you all these fucking indies. I think that's awesome. You can get involved with pro wrestling, like communities and shit. You know, you'll meet people and stuff. You want to go to these shows. And shout out Hot Tag. Speaking of getting the hot tag here, we're gonna hot tag over to chat. Where you at? When's Ray DeReyes is on? Yes. I'm an asshole. Samu got the what's his face treatment from Evolution. Rob Conway brought in, didn't fit. So okay, you guys are going back to the Evolution. Is Ted Jr.? Yeah, we're gonna talk about that right now. Does AEW really need another two guys? What say you, chat? When's Ray DeReyes on? 2? Is that tonight? Stardom's no longer affiliated with AEW. That fucking rules if that's the case. I didn't think they were, because anybody who came over from Stardom, it became like when Tone and them were all partnered up, whenever a Stardom girl would come over, they get like the Stardom graphics and shit as well. Like they'd roll those out to let you know, oh, they're from Stardom. But then that stopped happening. But they were still putting over like, oh, Suri and all this shit. But that stopped happening. And then it just became like Tony signing people from Stardom. You know what I'm saying? Like flat out, they had to make the jump. Like Mina Shirakawa had to make the jump. She wasn't working in both. 2 hours. Okay. Oh, geez. All right, guys. So in the last bit of news here, Ted DiBiase Jr., ex-WWE star Ted DiBiase Jr. purchased a $1 million home, a boat, with stolen welfare funds in Mississippi's largest fraud case ever, according to prosecutors. Jesus Christ. I mean, that's crazy. How do you just steal other people's welfare? Or was he on like welfare, but $1 million of welfare? I don't know. His mother is the $1 million man. If anybody knows a fucking tax scheme, it would be the $1 million man in IRS. And of course, the son of the $1 million man. Like, you couldn't write this. This is like South Park. This is what I mean. You couldn't even make this up. That the $1 million man's son, who used to team up with IRS, the $1 million man's son, is stealing welfare. Oh my God. Over here is Ted DiBiase Jr. His father's the $1 million man. He says everybody's got a price. Right? And so he was accused of this, but he was found not guilty on all counts in Mississippi's welfare fraud scandal. Look at this motherfucker right here. Okay. And so he posted a video. But before we get to that, could you guys imagine a world where he shows up at WrestleMania? Does the crowd pop for that, or are they like, what the fuck? Do we boo welfare scam? Alleged, not guilty of welfare scam, but like, how the fuck do you even get? How do you get caught? Like, I don't understand. So he did buy a house and a boat and everything, and he was accused of stealing welfare, but it wasn't the welfare. I don't know how this shit works. Right. And I mean, hey, if he's not guilty, he's not guilty. But either way, his hands are clean. Could he show up? Is this the royal family that Orton's talking about and Ted DiBiase Jr. shows up at Mania? And is that something people are even interested in? It would make sense. I mean, that's legacy, right? So wasn't there another guy in Legacy and then he got cut? Yeah, the Samoan. Who is that? I forget. But yeah, it is Legacy. It would make sense. I just don't know if he's interested in it or if WWE's interested in it. And then if they do it, the IWC is just going to melt down about like, oh, he's a tax fraud and all this shit, even though he's found not guilty.
Master, need to obliterate.
I don't know. It's an unfortunate situation, but like I would kind of pop for it. I wouldn't care that much. Like I don't sit here and reminisce about the old legacy days. You know what I'm saying? Like they're okay. I would say that era is a bit of a low point for WWE. No? But either way, here's a video that Ted DiBiase Jr. dropped himself here. And it's just 25 seconds long. And he talks about how good God is as he mows his lawn and drinks a fucking beer, I'm assuming. He's got a red cup, 2-cup toning over there.
God is good. Jesus loves you.
Drunk as fuck mowing the lawn in the sun, dude.
God is good. Jesus loves you. And so do I. Let freedom ring.
I mean, listen, man. All I can say is this. Everybody's got a price. So does Ted DiBiase and his fucking lawyers. And I'm sure if he's not guilty, you want to tell his story, legacy was a thing, I'm sure he'll take a check. You know what I mean? I'm sure he could use a check right now, WWE. That's all I'm saying. He's got a nice mower here. So shout out Ted DiBiase Jr. And that, ladies and germs, was miscellaneous news. And it's not really bad news. He avoided getting locked up, but it was some good news. I'm afraid I've got good news for Ted DiBiase Jr. Cole.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
My, oh my. So where are these fucking... I'm just looking here, man. Looking for something that I scrolled past, and I'm like, where the fuck is it? Either way, guys. Okay, so let's move along here. Let's get into like WWE and AEW news. I know what you guys are coming in for. Hit like, hit subscribe, hit retweet, share the video, all that good shit. I appreciate you guys hanging out tonight. UFC London was earlier. It was boring as fuck. Collision was pre-taped, so I don't expect many people watching that. It's a slower news week as well, so there's nothing to go crazy about. If you want to hear me yell about Ricochet, check out the last show or two. The live show replays are doing fucking banger numbers too. Round of applause for the PWT universe. Actually, you guys have been really showing your support lately. I really appreciate it so much. Always have, always will. And yeah, so Collision, I don't know, Ray to Race, if we're on the air, we'll check that out. I just entirely forgot that it was tonight. Wasn't the last one on a Friday? Or no, that was on a Saturday, no? Man, no? Is that not what it was? Oh, yeah, and I want to get did you guys see the Nickelback? Look at this photograph. They got the theme song for WrestleMania this year, which is pretty cool. Do you guys want Fed news or do you guys want Dubs news, Wubs news first? Let me know in chat. Let me know before we jump around and fill marks, bookmarks. Always Saturday. If all markets aren't getting to see NXT, that's a problem. Yeah, I think there was something with like blackouts in some areas due to weather stuff. I'm pretty sure we'll talk about it here. I'm not surprised. He's using the whole religious angle. It's an angle, brother. Not counting this past Dynamite, AEW has been better. This last one's weird, isn't it? Dunn did, because they're really WWEing it up. Like the match lengths were really good. Just the pacing and the format was like, what the fuck? Well, no, the pacing's better, pardon me, but the format of it and then just the shit they're doing. The Jungle Express with the fucking bus, dude. Oh, man, that was so bad. Like, that's bad. 1994, that's like Lex Luger. When you look back on that shit, oh, it was cool when Lex drove around with the Lex Express. I love that. Yeah, I know some kids found that awesome when they were kids. That stuff's pretty bad when you look back. Lex Luger was way cooler in WCW. I don't give a fuck what anybody says. And, yeah, I don't know, man. To me, it was just, it wasn't their strongest episode, but like Tone's starting to lock in on like shorter TV matches, more recaps, more vignettes. More recaps at least of the main shit, and then just have some good matches, whatever. Have more talking stuff. He's got to stop doing the overrun, and then like Edge and Christian are going to talk in the overrun. We're going to have a press conference in the overrun. He's got to stop that. That's so bad. But he loves that overrun, and it's because he can cheat the numbers a little bit. With the lead in and the overrun, they can cheat the numbers a little bit. We know that's what he's doing. It's fine. Carnies are going to carny. Carnies are going to carny. But we'll get into all that. You guys tell me what you want. Tell me what you want, what you really, really want. So tell me what you want. You guys want Fed or AEW next? Sassy Gail gifted. Oh my God, a huge support gifted. Let's fucking go. Member Mondays are off the chain. And I don't know what we're going to do this Monday, but 5 more people were just gifted goddamn memberships. And they are able to join them thanks to Sassy Gail. Thank you so much. That's a huge support. I appreciate you so much. And say thank you to Sassy if you received one of those. Okay. And I see a lot of these gray names in there again tonight. So thank you so much, Sassy Gail. Hopefully some people got those who want them. And if you're on X, come hang out on YouTube. Try it out. I don't know. Let's go. So you have the option to receive gifts, memberships turned on. Okay, there you go. YouTube fucking around. AEW. Yeah, they are going a little AEW, and that's why. Okay, I'll just pick. You guys aren't picking, but we're watching Raw on Memba Monday. Are we though? Why? What's going on Raw? Is like Brock showing up, or what's going on for next week's Raw? Because if that's what you guys want to do, we can do that. I feel like we did that the last couple weeks, but I'm down. If that's what we got to do, I'm down with the sickness. Just like some Fed news and then Raw. We could do that. Anyways, guys, we're talking about the Fed. We're talking about Fed news. Let's get into WWF news. And we will get into it here right away. when I get my drop. Let me hydrate. Sorry, let me drink some soda water. I have a pina colada soda water here. If you like pina coladas. If you like staying out on late nights. So we're trolling Fingershay on Monday. I doubt he'll be on that stream. He's doing indies again. I doubt he'll be on that game stream next week, guys. I think he got in shit. I'm pretty sure he got in a little bit of shit for that. And he wasn't on TV. He wasn't mentioned. Gates of Agony, none of them. So it's unfortunate for him, but yeah, it's what happens when you're a stupid idiot and people go, dude, you're not like a funny troll. You're just a dumbass. That's what happens. I'm so tired of talking about that Ricochet shit. Oh my God. And seeing the sheets melt down over. It's like you guys are having 12-day meltdowns and calling everyone jealous of you. No one's jealous of you. 50-year-old lady or whatever with MS, a 60-year-old woman with MS isn't jealous of Ricochet or Sean Sapp or fucking Dave Meltzer or any of these dirt sheets who didn't report on the shit. Just say, are bad and move on instead of spurging out. But instead, it's just like, oh my God, this is, imagine like you're a fan. Imagine like you're a new wrestling fan and you're like, oh, I want to keep up on news. And these are the people you have to look to covering wrestling and shit. It's a fucking embarrassment, man. It truly is. It's embarrassing to be like a wrestling fan sometimes and like in this community, man. A lot of the time. It's like, Jesus Christ. And that's why we're here, to combat it. Super friends, assemble. So no, the narrative is now focused on the behavior of the dirty. No, you're right. Like it's embarrassing, but no, it's gonna get called out just like in every medium. It's just wrestling's a little bit behind. So now they're just like, we're calling out the media. This happened already in fucking everywhere else. The news, politics, Hollywood and shit. The media's been called. We're calling you out. It's happened. So it's just happening now. It's been happening, little internet blood sport wars in the past. That's fucking Sapp's like inviting people on his show to fucking debate him and all this shit and 2v1 and muting people and shit. It's like, okay, Killstream and Ethan Ralph and all that shit is what you're doing now. That shit's like 10 years old. Fucking, you know what I mean? It's that shit's like, those people have become lol cows. That's all that's happening here. Dave is just lol cowing himself. It's what it is. It's unfortunate, but and it's unfortunate that there's nobody like really there. I guess Mike Johnson would be the guy. I'm like, yeah, he at least just does. He doesn't engage in this shit, you know, like even the guy who runs Ringside, not only is he like the TMZ of pro wrestling, but he's like in crazy drama where he's like tweeting shit out, calling out fucking feds, getting wasted and tweeting out shit, being like, fuck this guy and this guy steals stories and fuck this guy and stuff. It's like, whoa, dude. Could you imagine? Like any other real, could you imagine like in the NFL journalists doing this? Like Stephen A. Smith, at least Skip Bayless is just like a fucking phony guy who just says outrageous shit on his sports show and then he leaves it at that. He's not engaging in like fucking just the cringiest level of fucking internet debauchery that you could. Anyways, but you're right though. The narrative shift has been good. Like people are now sort of speaking up on shit. So it's good. Thomas Moore, Ricochet's down. Has been a member for 9 months, dude. Amazing. Kids have been born in that time. Ricochet's downfall needs to be studied. Yeah, man. Yeah, it does. I'm so tired of talking about it though, Thomas Moore, but you're right though. Yeah, I'm not saying he would be world champion in WWE, but he wasn't going to be in AEW either, so it's just like a money play and then the freedom to be like, it's just that he's one of those guys who gives the thumbs up to Dave Meltzer in the PWG show. And, you know, he's just a mark for that shit. And then you realize that you're like, oh, fuck. You know, when the highlight of his career is like fucking Brock squashing him, probably not in his mind, but like in the memories of people. They'll probably mostly remember him for that. And then like how he was written off WWE. Here's the thing too, man. Look how WWE wrote that guy off of TV. What an amazing write-off to just get super destroyed and like left with an inkling in people's minds that well, he might come back for vengeance. They left the door open kind of, and they had him get murked by like the future of the company. Like, I don't know, man. That's a comeback story if I ever heard one, if he was ever to come back. But then he just burnt the bridge, and then now he's like in trouble in AEW, and it's like, what the fuck is going on here? Speaking of trouble, ladies and germs, Chris Jericho's joining us on the show, and then WWE news.
I look and see it's not just me. So many others have stood where I stand. We are the young, so raise your hand. They call us problem child. We spent our lives on trial. We walk an endless mile. We are the youth gone wild. We stand and we won't fall. We're one and one for all. The writing's on the wall. We are the youth gone wild. Let it get wild! Yay!
Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for WWE. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start with NXT / Evolve, whatever type of news I have that surrounds WWE ID and all of that. And then we'll get into more of the main roster stuff. WWE has filed to trademark the following names: Max Abrams, Anya Rune, Veronica Haven, Jakari Ball, and Gianna Capri. Sounds like names from a bad comic book or something. But yeah, so some of these names have been actually attributed to some talent here, which we're going to take a look at. One of which I just bookmarked here, is Anya Rune will be Erica Demia. So Demia took part in recent WWE tryouts in February in Orlando, and she has a great look. Her gimmick on the indies, I think she's like what's her name? She's like a waifu or whatever. I'm probably getting that wrong. She's like a VTuber. Remember when you guys were trolling me about VTubers? I'm like, what the fuck's a VTuber? So that's like her gimmick. She's like an anime character essentially. And I don't know if she's going to do that in WWE. I think I got that right. I forget her fucking, let me look it up. Let me look up her Twitter. I know I've seen it, right? Because she's got presence on the indies. But yeah, I guess that's going to be her name. I don't know how someone figured that out unless she went and told Body Slam, right? Which isn't outside the realm of possibilities. But what is it? How do you spell her name? Erica Demia. Yeah, right here. So the main character, notice me, anime girl. Ooh woo. That's what's at the ooh woo. That thing, like the waifu thing. I don't know. Maybe am I the only one? No. Either way, that's her gimmick. So moving along here in other like recent signee news, young signee news, and all of that. Marie Malenko, who we've been tracking here at PWT, the daughter of Dean Malenko, she is officially signed with WWE, according to Body Slam. So they have the scoop, and she's pretty good. We've watched a couple of her clips, like a finish to a couple of her matches. I mean, she looks good. She does the cloverleaf. She clearly gets it. She's in there at definitely an NXT Evolve ID level for sure so far. She's got a good look. You could develop her. Her dad's her fucking dad. Her dad works in AEW. I wonder why he didn't tell her to go to AEW instead of working in Japan and then going to the Fed.
Tony Khan.
I don't know. It's a fucking mystery. And so, yeah, moving along here. I think we have more of those signees here. NXT ratings, the viewership was up from last week. However, the 18 to 49 was the lowest of the year so far. So it did 588K viewers, up 9%. So Dynamite smoked NXT this week. However, as Raj goes on to explain, the show faced tough competition from the World Baseball Classic on Fox, which averaged 10.2 million viewers. That's crazy. and the key demo was down 13%, while the overall audience was up this year. 18 to 49 was the lowest since whenever. In addition, from the competition, it went head-to-head with NBA on NBC. And also, like, isn't there weather warnings and shit? So NXT hasn't been on in, like, Chicago, I want to say. So I don't know. But hopefully NXT starts to bounce back. It's not a coincidence either that, like, the call-ups that have happen. And then some people who were watching that show every week, they might not be all the way in on Saints and Hendry yet. And some of the, like, Keanu Carver's dope, but they might not be all in on that dude yet, like they were with an Obafemi and a Trick and some of the guys, and like Ethan Page, who's probably getting called up. This is not a shock to me, but at the same time, they're up from last year, but then everybody's accusing Nielsen of inflating the numbers. I don't know, but NXT versus Dynamite. Dynamite cooked NXT. TNA's working its way up versus Collision. It's working its way up to where Collision might pop a bit of a number. AEW has been putting on better shows. Has that resulted in higher ratings and shit? I think you can safely say, yeah, like after that pay-per-view, that pay-per-view wasn't the worst pay-per-view ever. I know a lot of people are shitting on the main event. The main event was ass cheeks, and the last like hour or two was, how long did that shit go for? 5 hours? The first 2 hours were like hitting. They could have went 3, and then okay, yeah. I mean, it was a B plus, like it was an A- show, a B plus. If they had to save some of those returns and shit for Dynamite, I think it would have been a little bit better. This last Dynamite wasn't so good, just being honest. But they've had better shows, but they're hit or miss. So is that why they're starting to get better ratings? And has NXT had worse shows, and that's why they're starting? I don't know. NXT hasn't been as good. I'll admit, since like Javon and Trick and Oba and some of these guys left, it hasn't been as good. Ethan Page isn't hitting as hot as he was like 6 months ago, a few months ago, even. We can all admit it. Not that it's all shit either, but I don't know. I feel like Raw's been perfect for me lately. I think that's been like the best show. SmackDown's trying. They do some good shit on SmackDown. It's just not as exciting of a show as Raw, I feel like, for whatever reason. Maybe because they have to fill that 3-hour chunk. But either way, man, NXT, don't count them out. They're developmental. This isn't a fucking giant L on NXT. Because next week they might go back up 6 or 7, and they do that all the fucking time. But shout out AEW for winning the week. We've been tracking the wars. Dynamite's crushing it. Collision did a little bit better. And hopefully Dynamite can keep the ratings increasing and keep booking good shows. After that last show, I don't know, it might fall off a little bit. But Tone is benefiting from doing the recaps and doing the packages and having matches people want to see, not having them drag out too long either. He's got to quit overbooking the pay-per-views now. Just refine those a little bit. Some of those matches, Tone can build up to Bandito versus Andrade on a Dynamite. That doesn't need to go on the pay-per-view. It was good on the pay-per-view. Okay, then have Mystico's moment with Jet Speed on Dynamite, then. Have that moment on Dynamite. Don't have it on, you got to just pick and choose. Some of those returns, Edge and Christian were at Dynamite, were they not? Fucking have them return at Dynamite, maybe. But they're trying to set up the 3-way, so that one actually was good for the pay-per-view. But I'm just throwing it out there, like you didn't need each. Kenny Omega missed Revolution. He could do a run out. Well, why, man? Just have him miss Revolution. He didn't wrestle. Just have him show up on Dynamite and be like, Swerve, you beat what's his face? Now you're fighting me in a fucking rematch. I want my win. I had to miss this match. You cheated. I was out. I'm back now, and we're gonna fucking rematch this shit, and winner gets the title shot. Like they could have saved all of that for the Dynamite show. Anyways, though, that's nitpicking, I guess. The rating popped a big one for AEW, and we're talking about NXT right now. What could NXT do better? You might be asking, Phil. Well, let me tell you, Phil, in my mind, NXT could just stay the course and give it time, because Javon and Trick and Oba and Ethan Page weren't doing good numbers right off rip the whole fucking time either. You got to build them up. So Carver, Joe Hendry, some of these folks, they'll start drawing fucking numbers. As much as I love Hendry, you know, main roster him, dude, too. Like, just have him and Ethan go and just sort of do the quote-unquote rebuilding phase of NXT. And it's not like a rebuild like shit's in shambles. It's a rebuild of we need to establish guys who can get us numbers. Now, will Joe Hendry get numbers? I don't know. Like, here's the thing with Joe Hendry. He fucking rules and he goes viral and shit. And obviously TNA's ratings went up a bit while he was there, enough to get them a fucking $30 million TV deal. That clearly helped them. But it's like, okay, if 700,000 we're 700,000 people going out of their way to watch Hendry on fucking TNA. No. So it's the same thing. The same critique I'd give for like Ring of Honor with AEW. It's like, if 1 million people were going to watch Ring of Honor, they would have did it already. So stop having Ring of Honor titles all over this show and bringing AEW down to Ring of Honor's level, you know? Now look at the shape Ring of Honor's in. I was only proven right by saying that shit. So anyways, moving along. We're harping a lot on NXT and all of that, but they need to turn the ratings. You know, the ball's in fucking AEW's court right now over the last few weeks. So good for them, man. It's good. This is what we want. This is good in the wrestling war. Moving along here. So now let's talk about more main roster stuff. We're going to talk about SmackDown a little bit. And so in random thises and that's, I guess let's just talk about the roster and all that shit. Should we review SmackDown and do SmackDown stuff right now? Let's fucking do it. So the main takeaways from SmackDown essentially were what I have here as I doom scroll, pardon the doom scrolling. So Truth and Priest won the men's tag team titles. The match was whatever. I popped at Truth, like getting the finish on JC Mateo, like hitting him with an attitude adjustment, pinning him. Mateo is in his, I'm signed to WWE and I'm 40 and I don't really give a fuck. Like, I can still go and I'm naturally a freak athlete, but I'm just here in WWE and making money. And you know what I mean? Like, Mateo don't really give a fuck. And I don't know if he's past his prime, to say the least. He's not bad by any means, but he's just like, all right, I'm making the bag and I'm here and I'll eat the pin and everything's all good. And so I wonder now, they're teasing the MFTs breaking up and Tama Tonga standing up to Solo. Now, could you imagine, let's fantasy bookmark this a little bit. Could you imagine a world where, I personally like Tama Tonga and Tonga Loa when they're together, but could you imagine a world where it's like Tama Tonga, Shinsuke, Takahashi, and Evil versus like Tala, Loa, JC, and Solo as well in the next whatever 4v4 match? And then I don't know, I could see a faction because Julia's kind of getting mad at Kiana James now, and they're letting her just talk for herself and be her. That's awesome. Split them up. Her booking's been so bad on SmackDown. I'm sorry. And so Julia, Shinsuke, Evil, and Takahashi in like a I don't know, Japanese style, and then they can fucking do run-ins at Noah and shit like that and really get that. I want to see WWE start Nuge Maxing. Okay? And some people are like Shinsuke versus Evil, and it's like, well, you could get to that down the line, right? I'm pretty sure they've all those guys, I'm pretty sure Takahashi and Evil have wrestled like JC and the GODs and shit over their illustrious careers in New Japan, so it would make sense that they kind of all fight those guys first, you know what I mean? And Tala Tonga, like Hikuleo, he wrestled all those guys in Nuge, so it would make sense. But for now, we have Priest and Truth, basically. Like, what are you going to do with Truth or Priest for Mania? Last minute, Trips is like, I'm gonna put them here. Like, I mean, it's just last minute kind of bullshit. I'm not gonna lie. I don't like how these titles have been hot potatoed. Now the MFTs are fighting with the Wyatts more over this fucking lantern. Maybe do the Braun Strowman spot now if they're still gonna go and stick with the lantern beef. I guess, have the MFTs, because the Wyatt Six are down a guy. They have Cross, but they're like down a guy who can fight. So Braun Strowman comes back for a one-off. That would get me excited a little bit for that shit, you know? But otherwise, I don't. And that's really scraping the bottom of the barrel. Like, that's nothing too compelling or crazy, but it's like, get people excited a little bit before Mania. I don't know what else to do. They're kind of, and then it'll be Tama splits up with Solo and everybody kind of leaves him because he sounds like Roman, and the fucking lantern blah blah is making him crazy, blah blah blah. He's obsessed over it, like he was the Ulafala, like he's sort of obsessed over the WWE title, but he realizes he can't get that by just doing a power play. And Solo's with the lantern. People could be mad at it, but it's the right progression of his character. It makes sense of his character. Like he got obsessive over the Ulafala, over the title. He couldn't really power play to get the title. The Ulafala, his power play, it worked, but then it ultimately failed. So now he's like pulling a power play over the Wyatt Six to get this lantern. Like he's just obsessing over symbols of power and manipulating to put himself in a position of power when really he's not earning it. It fits his character, right? And so I like the MFTs, or some of them are eventually going to step up to him and shit. And who knows, like, how long did JC Mateo sign for? 2 years, 3 years? We're finding out, again, confirming what Phil Marks said a while ago. We're finding out that some of these older WWE guys are signing 2-year deals as well. So just throwing that out there. But yeah, this was whatever. Like, it's kind of horse shit. Who are they going to fight for these titles at WrestleMania? Hopefully they figure it out soon, if they even have a WrestleMania match. And again, it's just Priest being thrown. Like, I popped for it. It was funny. Priest sold it really well. Like, what? How did we just win the titles? That was all good. And I like Priest and Truth and everything. But yeah, Tripp's just really throwing this one together out of nowhere. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are like, he's really happy with this one, you know? Like, he's stoked that he pulled this one off. And I had a feeling for some reason, I was like, are the women's tag titles going to switch tonight too to the Bellas? And then at Mania, they drop them to someone. I was like, let's not hot potato all the tag titles on SmackDown, Trips. Jesus Christ. Like, what's going on here? But also what happened, Jade Cargill joins forces with Mitchin and B-Fab. Again, this is some shit. And I'm not the only one. I am not the one, but you're the only one that can make me feel like this. But I did Fantasy Mark book this. I was like, hey, the baddies. We need the baddies. Let's get the Everyone's like, what do we call them? They're the fucking baddies, okay? They're the B-addies, okay? But, yeah, this works way better. Mitchin and B-Fab with Jade, this works so fucking well. And somebody pointed out that there's only like 3 baby faces in the women's division on SmackDown right now. So you have to think that Bianca Belair will be back sooner or later again. You have to imagine, like, she's going to get monster pops. And I could actually see Jade beating Rhea Ripley at Mania. And we're all like, what the fuck? And then Bianca comes back. Boom, dun, 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 dun. I'm on my own against the wild, right? I think that's what's going to go down at Mania. Big return of Bianca, because, again, who needs this win, Jade or Rhea? Rhea's super over. Does she need like I'm overcoming the 2 fucking bad guys, the new heel faction and Jade to win the title? I don't know if Rhea needs that. Jade, it will help propel her, and then Bianca comes back, and then Bianca eventually beats Jade, and then you have that. That's been long in the making. That's why they were paired together in the beginning. We knew that inevitably it'd come down to that. And then you get a situation where it's like Bianca, Rhea, and Io fight these 3, or whatever the fuck happens after Mania, shit like that. And then it'll elevate B-Fab and Mitchin, hopefully, too. So I'm for it. I like the new baddies group. And it makes sense, too, that B-Fab and Mitchin were like, okay, we can't beat her. She's been beating us, injuring us. It's time to join her. And now it makes me wonder, were the injuries on the house shows that where Jade injured B-Fab and Mitchin, were those works or shoots? Were they just working again the whole time? Oh, well, she injured them on the house shows and just like a beat to the story. I wouldn't be shocked. I like this move before Mania. This is one where I'm like, okay, now you added an extra layer of intrigue, just the fact that they're involved in this. Because just Rhea versus Jade, and they're both just like, I'm that bitch, I'm that bitch, I'm that muscular bitch, you're a skinny bitch now, you're fucking... That's not enough for me, daddy. And now this adds at least another layer of intrigue. Not that it's like anything fucking... It's not blowing you away, but it's definitely adds a factor to where you're like, all right, Rhea might lose at Mania now. Whereas I was pretty confident she was just going to win that strap, because why wouldn't you try and get things back to what it was like a fucking year or two ago when Mommy was on top and Bloodline was cooking, you know? So that was cool. Also, Randy Orton snapped and crashed out and beat the shit out of Matt Cardona. I don't think I bookmarked that. He beat the shit out of Matt Cardona. We'll probably get a match out of them leading up to Mania, which is cool. That's good. Cardona getting involved in this Mania storyline. But it's funny that he told Tony Khan, like, I don't want to just be Cody Rhodes' friend when I come into AEW, and then he's just Cody Rhodes' friend essentially now on this build up. But it is what it is, man. And you have to play that out. And if Ted DiBiase Jr. wasn't mowing his lawn and winning legal cases there, he would surely be that character of like, I've known you for 20 years. I'm going to beat you up leading up to this fucking thing, right? Because Matt Cardona, like, yeah, they're all buds, but I don't know. The whole Matt Cardona, like, I have history with you, that works better if like Edge is involved and stuff like that, I would say. But anyways, I'm nitpicking here. Orton does great stuff. I don't think he needed to go out there. Like later in the night, we knew he was just going to beat up Cardona essentially, and they ended on that. That's fine. And then like all the goons fucking surround, all the security surround Orton's, and then he just fucking like breaks free, or he's like, no, I'm calm. And then he just kills him. And it's like, dude, we know that this is what he's going to do. You securities are bums. WWE's been playing the security better in the last few years, for sure. But this is getting dumb where it's like, hey, you guys aren't just standing there letting Orton do whatever he wants. Like, you'd be holding him back because you know he's just going to snake him. It's not like Big Bronson Reed either, where he just throws 5 guys off him. Like, everybody would fucking hold him back. They know he's going to RKO. He's psychotic. He's hearing voices in his head, which that's who could be on the phone. Hey, who's on the phone, bitch? That's who could be on the phone, too. It could just be like a voice in his head, and he's just like schizophrenic and fucking making shit up. Ted DiBiase Jr. could work now that he's been found not guilty of welfare fraud. He could definitely be the one to show up, and I mean, you might get a pop. Cowboy Bob Orton, I don't know. Some people are saying Shane O'Mac. Some people are saying Vince McMahon. Some people are saying the best guy,
Tony Khan.
Some people are saying Ric Flair and Batista and The Rock, and there's all these different fucking names being thrown around. I could see it being The Rock, or who cares? I don't even want to speculate. I just want it to fucking go down, because clearly if we can't just pinpoint one person, then that means it's going to at least be good enough to where we don't see it coming yet. And then if they can execute properly, boom, we're all good. You know, everyone's all good. And if it's The Rock again, okay, that might be the one that pops the best rating, but that I'm a little, I might be a little weary on that one personally. But at the same time, it will pop a rating. And when you hear The Rock's music, I fucking pop when the final boss shows up. Everybody does. So, it is what it is. And yeah, that's my SmackDown review. I don't think I really missed anything there. Other than, Fraxium lost to the Motor City Machine Guns, who Candice LeRae helped them, and it seems like we're gonna get a faction of like Candice LeRae and Johnny Gargano and the Motor City, which is kind of fucking lame. DIY 2, which is pretty lame. And then, but Fraxium lost to them because Candice LeRae got involved. And then Matt Cardona and Apollo Crews also beat them in their tag team debut on Main Event. Royce Keys had a main event match, I believe. And Grayson Waller was sporting new ring gear for his match with Shiloh Hill on Main Event. And Shiloh Hill is going to be on the main roster sooner than later. Absolutely. I think they're following him on the NXT season of LFG. I think they're following him as well. So the new season, they follow NXT guys. It's no longer like ID people trying to get a job in the Fed. It's like, or PC people. It's like you're on the NXT roster and then you're trying to get a job on the main roster. So it's following like Kendall Gray and shit like that. And Grayson Waller's dressed like old school New Day, kind of. His new gear's okay. I'm down with it. But we need to get a payoff somewhere down the line. Like, that's what he's doing is New Day here. Like, I think he's trying to mock like original New Day type shit. Not mock it, but it's sort of like how Boo Days mocked their old selves by what they've become, you know? So now Big G's going to dress like Big E would wear some shit like this. I think that's what he's going for. And if I'm wrong, he's just going for like Miami Vice color with Scooby-Doo font or whatever, then okay, more power to I don't know. But yeah, he's going with the Matt Taven look. And yeah, Big G's all good in my book. But they need to do something with Boo Day and Big G and Big E even. Like, I'm surprised they didn't just have Big E manage heel New Day. Like, that would be so good. He doesn't have to bump or anything. I don't know why they don't fucking do that. And maybe Big E's just like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to travel around. I'm fine doing what I'm doing. That's cool. If that's his prerogative, but just as a fan, it's like there's got to be a payoff. And yeah, so Main Event went down. And then on SmackDown, what was the last thing? There was one last thing. Motor City, and then there was Danhausen as well, who's cursing the Miz, and there's ladders falling on Danhausen, or pardon me, on the Miz, courtesy of Danhausen. He also stole $20 from Johnny Gargano, speaking of him. And Danhausen, they updated his profile on WWE.com. They listed him as being 6'7" and 300 pounds, and he's from someplace far away. And yeah, a lot of people are just angry at this. Like, if AEW did this, everyone would laugh. But there's people in the comment being like, oh, it's just brain rot, stupid humor. Oh, he's not that weight. Oh, you fed slop brained fucking. And it's just like, you're all fucking clowns. Like, you're the miserable, shitty, you're the retards. Like, I know you guys think that fucking shows where characters get payoffs and there's some gags. Meanwhile, you guys will watch Orange Cassidy. Oh, get it? The joke, he's not really hitting them, and he's done it 7,000 times. You know, it's like, that's the TikTok brain shit, having to see pile driver, flip pile driver to stay entertained. Like, and it's just crazy. It's just the Dunning-Kruger. That's what it is. So anyways, I pop for that. It's funny. It's what it would be in like a video game. And so you'd kind of laugh at it. And it's not video game wrestling because it's not real, but they've been booking Danhausen so well. And another way they've been doing so is Danhausen, which this is 100% to pop people. Like, this is funny. I don't care what anyone has to say. This is objectively funny when you look at this image and you go, Danhausen was added to WWE's roster page in the free agent section, which he is. And it's like Brock, Oba, Omos, Danhausen. Like, that's fucking funny, dude. It's like a memeable thing. And it's just getting him over without him even having to touch anyone. Now, I've given AEW, this is how you know you guys are all fucking redact sickos. Period, point blank. I'm going to prove it right, because I was critical of Danhausen's debut, and I liked Danhausen, how he was originally presented in AEW as well. They did well at the beginning, and then they just fucked it up and forgot about him like Tone does to everybody. No payoff to anything. So far, WWE's doing the damn thing with him, and people are just mad that Tone didn't do this first, and that they don't have fucking super heavyweights who can go like Obafemi and Brock Lesnar in AEW and shit. That's all it is. So moving along here, we have other main roster news and whatnot. We'll get into it in a second here. And we have what else? We have WrestleMania build stuff going on. Of course, it's the road to WrestleMania. Ray J's World for Five says about Cardona being attacked by Orton. There's one thing on SmackDown I'm forgetting that I wanted to just mention. The fuck was it? I think I mentioned everything. Oh yeah, Jelly Roll and Kit Wilson, whatever. We don't need to talk about that. So Ray J's World about Cardona being attacked by Orton in the podcast, like his toy pod and his segment on Sam Roberts Sirius XM Wrestling will be interesting. Oh yeah, dude, it'll be awesome to hear him talk about the shit. But I don't know. I don't really listen to fucking Sam and Busted Open, really. I'll listen to some clips and shit. But here's the thing. Randy called him a mark ass, whatever the fuck, and an indie guy or whatever the fuck he said to him. That popped me. So here's the thing. That is good business there. When he says that, it pops the IWC. It was good. I didn't mean to shit all over it. I like Cardona, but it's like, I don't know. Now he's just Rhodes' buddy. I thought he didn't just want to be Rhodes' buddy. So I'm excited, though, to see a Cardona-Orton match, even if it's just on SmackDown, even if it's a quick television, 8-minute, whatever. These two guys get it, and this is like a throwback. You'd get this match 10 years ago, 13 years ago, something like that, right? So it's cool. It's cool to see Cardona back and in the mix a little bit, but he's like teaming with Apollo Crews on main event. Okay, that's exactly kind of what you had to assume was going to happen, though, with them bringing him in, and I can't imagine he signed for more than 2 years. Just being honest, so... moving along here, though, okay? Let's get into just this and that. We talked about Obafemi a little bit, and he caught some heat online. People are like, oh, he's a MAGA Republican and shit. And it's just so cringe, man. And Obafemi said on Stephanie McMahon's pod that he looks up and admires people like Elon Musk. He listens to Joe Rogan. He listens to David Goggins and shit like this, right? And David Goggins, is he the good guy? Good. Or is he the guy? I think Goggins is the guy who like runs, and every day he's like, don't be a bitch, man. Get up and run. You got to run every single day. He's that guy. So Obafemi, he listens to people for inspiration, and people are melting down. Like, how could you listen to Joe Rogan? And these how fucking dumb these people are on the internet. It's like the biggest podcast in the world. I tweeted this out. Obafemi listens to the biggest podcast ever in the world that tens of millions of people also listen to. Y'all are bored and tiresome. Like, who gives a fuck? Everyone listens to Joe Rogan. Even if you don't listen to it every single week, you know it. You're aware of it. You've listened to clips. You've listened to some episodes where you're like, oh shit, Adam Sandler. I want to hear what he has to say for 3 hours. Like everybody's tuned into Joe. It's the biggest podcast in the world. Oh my God, Oba listens to it. That must mean I just seen people tweeting the dumbest shit. Oba feels comfortable in conservative spaces, and I understand why. Being a man, it's just like, shut the fuck up, bro. He likes a podcast that everyone listens to. So, speaking of more main roster action, we just got tons of news here. Let's just fly through it. So, Chicos Toxicos surprised Dominic Mysterio with a bus loaded full of girls, and bro immediately stopped what he was doing and ripped his father's mask. So let's check out Dom.
Ladies, and make sure those are proud.
Vengo escuchando otra noche en Miami en el Rolls Royce.
I hope this was a real, because I just ripped it.
Look, me rompiste la máscara, ahora estoy preñada. And I'm gonna keep it.
Papi, te voy a conseguir un dedo, no pasa nada.
Te voy a conseguir un gancho. Por si tal vez no.
There you go, dude. Ladies, man, Dirty Dom himself out in these streets. So the Bella Twins share that they signed a new 2-year deal with WWE, which began at Royal Rumble this year. So again, they signed a 2-year deal. We know Rusev's on a fucking 2-year deal. Couple of these just confirming what I threw out there before. Just saying. Where's the dirt sheets on that? But yeah, they signed a 2-year deal. So don't expect. So Nikki was on whatever she was on, and then they re-upped it for the same time. Their deals will be up together in 2 years. We'll see if Tone's around to try and poach them. We know he's down with the inspiration. So why not try and bring the Bellas in to win your tag titles one day? If you're Tone, might as well in 2 years' time. If you're still around, buddy. But good for them. And we'll see a couple WrestleMania moments out of them. I don't know what's going on. It's the 3-way at WrestleMania. The Bellas, Flair, and Bliss, who are going to split up. And then the Irresistible Forces, who, again, I maintain it. They're going to hit their finish. Flair's going to, something's going to happen between Flair and Bliss where they split up. And then the Forces hit their finish. But then the Bellas sneak the win somehow. And then everyone kind of stays strong. And then Bliss and Flair go off and do their own thing. And then the Bellas get those belts for a little bit. They'll probably hot potato them not long after. Brandy Rhodes has been announced for WWE World in Las Vegas. She will appear on April 16th, I think, replacing Road Dogg's set up there. And interesting because Brandy Rhodes, it's not like she's featured in WWE ever as a talent or anything yet, which I think was a good call by them to sort of distance. And also, when you have babies, you know, mom wants to be at home and shit. And, you know, she's a little older and not like, oh, you're an old broad, you can't go. I'm not saying that, although we are ageist here at PWT, but she's never been the best wrestler or anything like that. She cut a few good promos in her day. She's a great valet. I always liked her just as a classic valet with Rhodes. Maybe she'll valet him to the ring. Maybe she will get involved because it's Orton and families will get involved in shit. That could be cool. But her being at World is, I'm sure she's got some fans. I'm sure Rhodes pulled some strings and she'll be in town anyways. And, that's good. You know, she's associated with WWE in some way. They should add her in the 2K games as a manager, Brandy Rhodes and shit. I don't know why they don't do that. I'm not saying I need to see her on TV every week. Is she on one of those Legends deals like Lana is, a nostalgia deal or whatever? Possibly. We'll see. Time will tell. So moving along here, Liv Morgan and Stone Cold are coming to Fortnite. And I might just drive my ATV into Liv Morgan and her family. No, that'll be cool. It's cool when WWE guys are in Fortnite. The Rock is in it as, I forget what his character's name is, but maybe we'll get a little Stone Cold versus The Rock action. Speaking of WWE news, Dennis Rodman will be inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in April. Shout out Dennis Rodman and shout out the WWE Hall of Fame. This is an awesome one. If we're going based on he was in the NWO and we own WCW, so we'll induct him, then we should do that for ECW guys too. And now, here's the thing with the WWE Hall of Fame. We're going to get less people inducted than ever before and bigger names inducted. So I fear that people like King Kong Bundy are going to be left on the table even longer than you would think. You know what I mean? Because now I don't think there's a wing of and we're just inducting 10 people into our legacy wing of the Hall of Fame. I don't think they do that now. It's just here's your 4 or 5 inductees. And one of them might be a tag team. It's typically a tag team, a woman, a guy, and then someone else, who fits the mold, guy, girl, tag team, whatever. Right. So Dennis Rodman, he's a celebrity. You want celebrity involvement. As a celebrity, they induct celebrities and he should be inducted. I agree, for being part of the NWO. If you're going to induct any celebrity, if Kid Rock's going to be in there and shit, Dennis Rodman should be too, especially if you're factoring in the WCW history, which is what they're doing. And this is to get press on ESPN and shit like that, obviously, and to relive some of the NWO stuff. Dude, My only thing is, like, there's going to be a lot of people who get looked over in these Hall of Fames moving forward now because, again, like when Randy retires, they'll probably just induct him right away. Is Goldberg in the Hall of Fame? I want to say he isn't he? Either way, when Rey Mysterio retires, he's going to go right into the Hall of Fame. Like, people are going to go right in there, and then you're going to have fucking, like, yes, the natural disasters, and some of these people get in before they pass, but then there's not the wing of, like, here's where we induct the Hurricane deserves to be inducted because he won the hardcore title a bunch and the tag title with a few different people. And here's what he did in WCW type shit. But will that ever happen? Because he's not like a big name draw and they don't do like the legacy wing or whatever the fuck. I'm kind of worried about that being the case, to where we don't see guys like fucking King Kong Bundy get in there in hindsight because he wasn't world champ, and how big of a name is he to like bring his son out to accept it for him or whatever the fuck, right? So shout out Dennis Rodman and shout out the Hall of Fame. I'm excited for it either way, but it's on so fucking late. WrestleMania week, dude. It's on so late. So Rhea Ripley, she snapped on all of her trolls and critics. She says too manly, too bulky, too muscly, too much sex appeal, too lean skinny. It's comical, really. You know nothing about me and what's going on in my life or my mental. Post a photo of yourself. You won't. And yeah, I don't know if like the IWC is starting to get to her or if she's just leaning into this. But yeah, everyone's saying she's too skinny now and shit. Don't even defend it. Who gives a fuck? She's not rippling like she was before. She's sort of leaning out a bit. Who gives a fuck? She might be dealing with an injury, powering through till Mania. Just like she said, she doesn't even need to respond to this shit if people are like critiquing her, but maybe she's trying to just rally people behind her and really play the baby face going into Mania. But it just seems like it's kind of, she's getting kind of bothered by some of this shit. So Io Sky, speaking of Rio, Io Sky was awarded her blue belt here by Shayna Baszler. Check this shit So getting her blue belt, working towards her purple.
I mean,
yeah, and she gives her the old toss there. That's amazing. And shout out Io Sky, grinding away while on the road too. That's got to be hard to put the fucking time in, and while on the road, getting your blue belt there. And so we're all over the place today. Where are we at, chat? Ray J's World for 5 says Flair and Bliss will be eating more ice cream in catering. Yeah. It's funny how they walk around eating ice cream. That's like their thing. And then Alexa Bliss is sort of ditching the spooky vibes a little bit, just leaning into being her own character, which I know people want her involved in the Wide Six, but I'm way more down with her just like being her own person and doing her own thing, you know? So moving along here, ladies and gentlemen, WWE on the road to WrestleMania for 316 Day. And thank you so much for the super chat. For 316 Day, they did a 31.6% sale. And Dave was sitting there, Dave Meltzer. Let's get Flutes in the chat because he was like, it's too little,
too
late.
Young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So.
So he's like, it's too little, too late. And then they didn't do it just for Mania. They did it for all the events surrounding Mania too, which Dave conveniently leaves out when he reports this shit. But it was a success. The 316-day ticket discount was a success. Many house shows sold over 1,000 tickets, and each night of WrestleMania moved around 2,000 tickets. WrestleMania 42 night 1 is now at 39,400. It's at 40,000, okay? And then night 2 has surpassed 40,000, almost 41,000. Compared to this time last year, ticket sales are down 11.2%. So that's Dave admitting to this, but that's after he was like, it's too little, too late, Brian. It just didn't work. It's not working. And Brian's like, well, they've been doing a sale for a while, kind of like us, Dave. Our 50% off sale's not working either, Dave. We had to give that up. So there's that. And so these are the major small markets that currently don't have access to NXT via Dish Network due to the ongoing dispute with Gray Media. And here's some charts. We talked about this before. NXT ratings are down and shit. And there's a bunch of markets that aren't getting it right now because of Gray Media. So there you go. Someone pulled the charts, and this should cause some dent in the NXT numbers, especially for viewers that were watching through their cable provider. And that could explicitly be the reason why the numbers are down and aren't rivaling AEW as much as they are. But I'll say this. Do you think they're doing 780,000? I don't think NXT, it's not hitting as hard as it was like a little while ago, you know, and that's okay. And there was tough competition too. The tough competition from the other sports. We'd play that game if Black Panther 2 was on TBS. We'd play that game for fucking AEW. So let's get real, guys. Moving along here. Speaking of getting real, a fan fucking fell off a stage because of Mr. Iguana. Hopefully he doesn't get sued. Jesus Christ. There could be a lawsuit on WWE's hands here with this one. So this fan like falls off a stage. He'll be all right. Just rub some dirt on it. That's crazy. And Mr. Iguana sees the guy fall and is like, oh my God, go and get him. Like he totally can't even play it like, oh, I didn't even see. Now that's crazy. Let's look at that one more time. And it's funny because he's like using the puppet, but it's upside down. Like he goes from being a lizard gimmick guy with a puppet to a real life human being in 1 second. Look at this. He's like, oh my God, he's really pointing. Like, dude, look. Oh my God, get that guy. Holy shit. He's like, this is fucked. I don't mean to laugh at that, dude, but that is hilarious. So Rikishi ain't laughing. He ain't fucking around, and he responds to CM Punk disrespecting Roman Reigns' dad.
By CM Punk bringing up my uncle's name, was this a disrespectful thing for him to do? What was it? For you to get some heat? Is that what it was? You done turned something over that is going to be hard for you to come back from. And I'm going to leave that in the hands of Roman Reigns. By CM Punk bringing up my uncle.
At least he's selling the game, dude. But these Samoans will riot. They almost started a riot at a WrestleMania before when Roman didn't win the goddamn title. You imagine how they're going to react. Zilla Fatu's like, we slapping Phil. We getting CM Punk, right? So, like, can you imagine how shit's going to go down if he doesn't pull off the win at WrestleMania against CM Punk? So WWE has officially announced that Nickelback's look at this photograph. Every time I do it makes me laugh. Bones for the Crows will be one of the official theme songs for WrestleMania 42. I think it's a good pairing. I don't know. I always liked, what was the one they had for Raw? We're going out tonight. We get down every line. Going till the world stops turning when they burn it to the ground and I. Come on. It would be funny if they took the Nickelback remix of Saturday night's all right to fight, because that's what AEW uses. It'd be funny if they did that, but luckily they don't. And yeah, let's take a listen. It's a bop. Some good Canadian tunes there, buddies. Oh, yeah. So we talked about legends. We talked about bops and all that. R.I.P. Chuck Norris. Again, we lost Dennis Condrey. We lost Chuck Norris, who's 86 years old. What a life. Him and Bruce Lee. And I'm assuming that cat are having a fight in a coliseum somewhere in heaven. And Chuck Norris passed away. Here he is as the special guest enforcer for the casket match between Undertaker and Yokozuna. Now, Chuck Norris was a real motherfucker, a real kickboxing champion. Let's look up his shoot record. Chuck Norris kickboxing record. I think he had like over 100 wins, 183 wins, 10 losses, 2 draws. What a fucking stud. Full contact karate. So now Karate Combat in the pit is making like a comeback, and a lot of strikers who don't fare too well in UFC, they're making their way over to Karate Combat, and they're having amazing fights. And he would have ruled there, dude. He was the undefeated world professional middleweight karate champion between 1968 and 1974. Dude, and he was like Walker, Texas Ranger or whatever the fuck. He was that dude. He was a bad mamma jamma. And, of course, the Chuck Norris jokes. Right here, I'm going to just type in top 10 Chuck Norris jokes. So for a long time, and in the early days of the internet, it was fucking Chuck Norris joke city, dude. That's the internet consisted of just Chuck Norris jokes. And so they were like, Chuck Norris once shattered the space-time continuum. He felt so bad he put it back together. Mission Impossible was originally set in Chuck Norris's house. Chuck Norris uses pepper spray to season his meat. That's actually funny. Chuck Norris plays Jenga with Stonehenge. Chuck Norris is able to slam a revolving door, right? So it's just these jokes that he's the man. And RIP. Let's take a look at this clip. We'll probably get hit, but fuck it. Hell yeah. And then Yokozuna too. God. Could you imagine if he like lost weight and then dipped out to WCW during that era? That could have been cool, man. I fantasy mark book that all the time. No, not all the time, but speaking of all the time and fantasy mark booking, Logan Paul has been fantasy mark booking himself versus a bunch of NFL players in shoot fights, and then he cops out and says the WWE won't let him do it. So he arrives at, I believe, isn't this in Saudi Arabia? Am I off? What is this? It's a flag football league, or isn't this in Saudi Arabia or some shit? I don't know, but a bunch of celebrities and athletes are competing in this flag football tournament or league or whatever. There's Team USA, there's the Wildcats. I don't know how this exactly works, how national teams face off against league teams, or how this thing is organized, or how it even fucking works, okay? But Kevin Hart's out there hosting the shit. You got Logan Paul out there acting extra crazy and foolish because Tom Brady's talking all this shit, helping promote this. And also, it's called the Fanatics Flag Football Classic. So shout out Fanatics doing the damn thing. But also, like, Tom Brady's been shitting on WWE a little bit, and I wouldn't be shocked if he like showed up at WrestleMania, and that's why. I don't know what he'd do exactly, but you know, he's shitting on WWE, but also just pro wrestling in general, essentially. But Logan Paul is here at this game, and he's acting a fool. He's starting fights and shit, stirring shit up with people, and you know he's got to go show up there with his like, what, you know, he's got his tough guy, his peacock feathers out right now, what, bowing his chest up at everyone because he had to back out of that fight, and he knows that these guys, they all play in locker rooms. Like, you don't think Tom Brady's going to roast your ass, dude? He spent his life in NFL locker rooms, roasting, talking shit, being the guy to have to light a fire under people's asses, some of the best athletes in the world. Do you think he doesn't know how to shit talk with you and make you look stupid and talk that shit? And he was doing that. Like Logan Paul was getting roasted for Tom Brady was talking about. I think we covered it on the other show, but he's like, yeah, dude, you're talking about you got 19 high school touchdowns. He's like, motherfucker, I threw to people who got 97. They're in 1 year in high school, like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, kid. So I like this rivalry. I'm all about Tom Brady versus Logan Paul. So let's listen to some of Tom Brady's some of his comments, and then let's take a look at Logan Paul starting fights on the field. Whether he's working or shooting, it's all good, but he had to do a little bit of this because he's going to get roasted, and he knew he was going to get roasted because he did back out of that fight. Like, what are the odds too? He was streaming, pardon me, in a Prime hoodie. I was trying to say Prime, and then I was just trying to say streaming, and I'm retarded. So he was streaming in a Prime hoodie, and then fucking WWE phones him right at that minute. Like, what are the odds that happened? I don't know. I think Logan Paul's indelibly calculated, and I'm not saying this to bury him. It's actually a good thing. He's calculated like that. He knows how to sell the game, and I'm sure he's doing more of that. But I would like to imagine Tom Brady's talking all this shit so that he shows up at WrestleMania. Let's take a listen.
How many WWE wrestlers would it take to sack Tom Brady?
No, all their stuff is so.
I said streaming. She said wrestlers. Do you guys hear that? There we go. See, we're all professionals.
Would it take to sack Tom Brady?
No, all their stuff is so cute.
Wrestlers would it take to sack Tom
wrestlers?
Brady?
No, all their stuff is so cute and scripted, and they know what's going on. In a football game, you don't know it, so they wouldn't even get near me. Plus, if I had a good offensive line, they'd punch those guys right in the throat, and they'd be probably crying. And, there's no fake BS we do in American football. So for those guys, it'd be a whole different story for them.
How many WWE?
Damn, there you go. So he's talking shit, and wrestling fans are mad, but I think Tom Brady knows what he's doing. So Logan Paul, here's the play. It's a flag on the play. And then dude's barking at him. I don't know who that is. Doucette the third. Okay, let's go back. So a little shoving. So Paul's not even on Team USA. He's on the Wildcats. Yes.
Are we fighting already? Plug. What's plug again? What's plug again? Same for us. Same for us. So I got QB. You want me to rush? You got the QB.
Okay, there you go, man. He's like, I'll take on all you guys, man. So here's a different angle, I believe. Who's doing it? Why is there no commentary on this? Well, we're back here. It's Fox. It's Fanatics. We're on Fox. Oh, and he just threw Doucette the third's glasses, and there's a yellow flag on the play, Jim.
Are we fighting already?
And Logan Paul's asking for a fight. Of course, we're live on Twitch right now. 51 million people watching. Is that how many people are watching this? 51 million people. Woo! That's crazy. Okay. I mean, I'm for it. I'm for the flag football. So I think that's the same angle. But yeah, there's no commentary on that. So guys, lastly here in WWE news, Tama Tonga posted this video on his TikTok, and people were upset, I suppose, and WWE fined him, unfortunately. So Tama Tonga. He got X'd, man. So this is what he posted. And so there's, am I gonna get fined for pausing it there, WWE, or what? So whatever. There's just like a bunch of people. You can't even tell who everyone is in the ring right now. At least I can. And if you're zooming in to find out, more power to you. But he just kind of shows that shit's going on. Solo's there, getting his mental right. I think Roman's walking around. Is that Roman?
Hey, T, what time doors open? Now. Oh. Yeah. Okay.
And the Doors open and they haven't even, there's still people in the ring. So here's the thing, right? The doors open and these people are still in the ring. How the fuck is Tama Tonga getting fined when he's making a video of, hey, everybody's still in the ring or whatever? How the fuck would he know? Now, some people have pointed out that, or not pointed out, I guess it's been made known. Well, let's just read this. So the word, according to Andrew Zarian, the word going around at SmackDown is that Tama Tonga was fined by WWE after posting a rehearsal video last week. WWE has an unwritten rule against recording or posting during rehearsals. Now, some people pointed out, they're like, well, Tiffany Stratton posted her rehearsal of the ladder spot she did of her flipping off the ropes or whatever. But that was like long after the fact, right? Like SmackDown is live that fucking night, and then you filmed it and posted it before it went down. I mean, that's a dumbass move on his end. Okay. And I love Tama Tonga. Some people were saying that they were filming for, and I saw this online too, that they were filming the reality show. That they were filming for season 3 of Unreal and shit like this, right? Like this is what some people were speculating on, and they were like doing stuff that can't be seen or whatever. Here's the thing with that. Season 3, the next season is them following John Cena. You all know that, right? So I don't know if that's season 2, part 2. I don't know if that's how they split it up. I think they split season 2 into 2 parts. And so it will be like season 2, part 2, and it'll mostly follow John Cena's last little while in WWE there. It'll mostly chronicle that and the wrestlers surrounding that, because it's such a huge hit on Netflix that they're just milking the fuck out of Unreal. Like they love it so much. So if it's technically season 3, then whatever. And were they filming it? I don't know. Like, how do you differentiate what they're filming when for WWE? They just film everything constantly. Everything's being filmed. So one guy there goes, this is the Unreal camera, do this and that, right? Okay, but was that going on? I don't think that matters at all. Either way, I just think what happened was he filmed right before a SmackDown and put it up. So they're well within their right to fine him. He's balling right now in WWE. He's like, whatever the fuck. People are saying it's a substantial amount. That's fine. This is how you police that or policy that. You have to not make example of any one person, but just be stringent with everybody, right? And people were pointing at Tiffany Stratton. No, they didn't fine her. Yeah, but that was like way after her injury comeback, and wasn't it? Like that was way after the pay-per-view and shit. It wasn't the night of before the show started. He's posting shit like that. But at the same time, hey, dickheads, get out of the fucking ring if the doors are open now. And you have a guy running around going, the doors are open now. You know what I'm saying? How about you guys get out of the ring too? Because what's to stop fucking fans from not seeing you all standing in the ring if it's that last minute as well? But yeah, it's unfortunate that that happened to Tama. And we move along here. Tama Tonga was reportedly fined a significant amount of money for posting a video. Yeah, we read that. And so that's the video, man. Does he deserve it? I mean, yeah, if that's the policy, that's the fucking policy. I don't think anybody should be leaking before. They got pissed when some fucking Mark leaked it on the internet and he was standing up in the rafters or whatever. They don't like when wrestlers are stooging shit. They do stooge tests. They have fired people, released people for stooge tests. Wrestlers where you go, why is that guy not in WWE? Like, man, Trips really went hard with that guy in NXT and he doesn't really get used. He was talking to Dirt Sheets, or she. I guarantee you, if that's ever crossed your mind, why don't they use this fucking guy? He's probably yapping to the fucking sheets. And yeah, they have designated stooges for the most part. And like, it's all just trivial. Like people, like, let's be honest, even how long someone's signed to a company, it's fun. It's fun because AEW exists, but at the same time, like AEW's fumbled so many people. It's like, I don't really care if either roster bloats up or they add an ex-WWE. I just don't really care anymore. And some of these AEW guys, like people don't care if a guy, if it's Moxley, they'll care because that's Dean Ambrose. But I don't think people really Like, look at Hobbs. He got a reaction, but do people really give a fuck too much? Like, no, they're making that people give a fuck by the way they're booking him. And he's under the microscope online, and they know that. And so they have him on main event because they don't do as many house shows and shit. He'll probably be doing all these house show loops and stuff. Apparently, he's not teaming with Jelly Roll. But one thing's for sure, Tama Tonga, don't get any more fucking heat on you, buddy. Because WWE's made people care about you, and you don't need fucking heat. Pay the fine, take it on the chin, because you're about to get it into an angle where you beat Shinsuke. Like, I'm willing to bet you beat Shinsuke. You might even beat Solo, and you might be up there teaming with Jacob Fatu against like the, JC and Tala or some shit, like Tama's about to be in a position. They wanted to run him versus Roman before, when they tried to sign him like years ago. And that was when I think the bloodline stuff was just getting kicked off. So, Tama, don't get any heat on you, because this is like his time, and people have wanted to see this for a while, especially like Nuge fans from a decade ago and shit. You've been wanting to see Tama and what they can do with him. And he's a good wrestler. He's bulked up too, man. He's juicy. He's juicy in the Fed. And, he's decent on the stick, and people get behind. They like the yeah. The face paint's cool and all that shit. And he's about to break off from Solo. So you don't want to get heat and then have it be Solo beats you at Mania, and then we just don't see you again or whatever, because you're fucking pissing people off. So good shit. And is this a finable offense? Like, I mean, I think it's kind of whack that they fine people for shit like this. If I was a wrestler, I just wouldn't take this video personally either. And at the same time, I understand why they did it, why you would just fine just to let everybody know, like, dude, you're just don't fucking do this, anyone. We're not trying to not leak shit, especially around WrestleMania season. And that's the part I left out so far. It's this close to WrestleMania season. You do not want to be fucking around like that. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was WWE news. Hell yeah. Let me check in with chat. Sorry, guys. I haven't been meaning to keep you waiting. I'm just trying to get through this stuff here. And we have AEW news up next. We have some sickos will be segmenting as well. And there's not too much AEW news. There's not terribly too much. Let's head over here. Patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. There's a bunch of exclusive videos, watch-alongs, and you get early access to stuff. And Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, and all that stuff. That's every Thursday. And everything's uncensored and unedited. If there's anything YouTube makes me edit out, it's over on the Patreon. So check that out if you want to support. And I got some super chats here. Ray J's World for 5 says, I wonder if Dave Meltzer is much of a Time Cop fan as Tony Khan. I doubt it. Did you guys see, though, they're remaking fucking they're doing a remake of Bloodsport, I believe. And or Kickboxer. Which one is it? Which JCVD movie is it? Bloodsport remake or reboot or whatever the fuck. Yeah, I would just leave it alone, man. Leave it alone. Leave it alone. Jean-Claude Van Damme was legit as well. He trained with Chuck Norris too. He was a legit kickboxer. Georgie Cooper became a new member. We acknowledge members here and enjoy Member Mondays.
Acknowledge me.
613805 for 2 says, I didn't even watch season 2. Of what? Of Unreal? Yeah. Of Unreal, probably, because we were talking about season 2 and 3. Watch it. It's a fun show. Like, I love the show, even if it's a work or a shoot or whatever. It's kind of like watching Entourage. Like, if it's real or not, there's some elements that are true. There's some that aren't. They're going to protect certain people. It seemed like they were kind of burying Road Dogg, but it's just like a fun show, man. Especially if you're a wrestling fan. And it's for like the Laps fan. I don't think it's for like uber sicko smarks who want to be in the know, who report on everything and believe their sources are legit, and are journalists who spend a week spurging out scaring the hose because they're fucking big mad because people are like, we don't believe what you have to say anymore. You know, like fucking who cares? It's just a reality show. No reality show is really reality. So just fucking watch it and enjoy it. Or I just like how it showcases like wrestlers and you see them in a different light. Wrestlers that I watch every week, and I'm able to differentiate the two, and I'm able to suspend my disbelief. Correct? Yes, and I want to be worked when I watch wrestling and shit like that. That's totally fine. Just like when I watch the Avengers, I just watched the Spider-Man Brand New Day trailer. I want to see awesome comic book Spider-Man shit in movies. Some people don't. Some people like to just hate on that shit. I don't understand it. If it's ass, then it's ass. But goddamn, am I excited for some fucking Spider-Man in that Brand New Day, watching that trailer, right? So, yeah, and it's the same with fucking wrestling. It's and I like to see the different approach on different here. It's a new approach, right? With the new director and all of that. It's like, I'm excited for that, to give it a shot, And with Unreal, I gave it a shot. I enjoy the show. It's like I binge it out usually while I'm editing and shit like that, because it's just a solid watch if you're a wrestling fan and you're able to differentiate between like, hey, I like to get worked when I'm watching this wrestling show. If you watch reality TV from Jersey Shore to Real World to any of these shows, what's that one show that was literally just a fake show? The Hills or Orange County or the OC or one of these fucking shows. Every show I just named there, I bet I just offended groups of people who are like surely not listening to this pod, but are like fucking, ew, what? That's not the OC's, like some other shit. There's one of these shows where it was like openly a fake reality show and it did huge fucking numbers for MTV. So any of these fucking shows, man, if it triggers you, if you get triggered by it, I don't know what to fucking tell you, other than if you're a wrestler going, I don't like that it breaks kayfabe. There you go. That's the only valid argument I would listen to. Otherwise, it's like, you can't tell me it's not a good show. You might hate some of the characters, but that's every reality show. You might be like, what are these idiots doing? Yeah, that's the real world. That's the Bad Girls Club. The best thing ever, dude, is looking up on YouTube like Bad Girls Club fight highlights. Every fight, season 13, Bad Girls Club. It's so good. Oh shit. So that's every show though. You get a bunch of idiots drunk together and watch them fucking scrap and get into personal dramas and shit. So to me, I look at it as like NFL films, like we're following the coaches and who's gonna make the cut. It just seems like that. That's what LFG kind of was, and then it kind of became not that, and people don't like it as much. So if Unreal triggers you because you don't like that they worked a fucking angle and it gets revealed, and like, who cares? The show's hardly for people who don't know that every angle's worked anyways, Like if Seth Rollins worked you or didn't work you with the injury angle, once it was a reveal, you then know you were worked. Right? People are smart. We understand what we're watching. We know when we watch Jurassic Park, it's fucking CGI dinosaurs and shit. Like there's no island where dinosaurs exist. Well, maybe, who knows, the Bermuda Triangle. Anyways, let's get into this shit. Here. We got some AEW news. We got over 200 watching. Hit the like. Soda water time cop. Yeah, I'm going to take a soda water break. And Tama Tonga doesn't like journalists anyways. They're short vids. I'm not JD. Oh, I live in OC. The OC was just a regular drama. Yeah, with like, what's that guy's name? Adrian Brody or whatever the fuck. I probably just butchered that name too. I don't know any. I'm so bad with names and shit. The Hills. Yeah, that was The Hills, right? Where it was just like an openly fake reality show where they'd film it in real settings and they would really like improv. This is real drama between us. And then it was just all a scripted show the whole time. and people just watch the fuck out of it. Yeah, why? It's just a type of, it's like a found footage alien movie. I know it's not really found footage, but it's cool. It's a cool concept. So anyways, it's a work, shoot, or shoot work, brother. Don't work yourself into a shoot there, dude. Laguna Beach, then the hills. I'm old. Yeah, dude, Laguna Beach. No, you're right, man. That was like my era. I didn't watch that shit. I did watch Jersey Shore. I watched all like the original whatever. Then when they got back together and did more seasons and they're all older, I didn't watch any of that because it's just like, I'm a fucking adult now. That shit's lame. And I guess that's what their new show's about. Like, we're adults now. We're adulting. TM. But it's like, that's cringe to me too. So, yeah, The Miz was on Real World. Yeah, Tough Enough ruled as well. Tough Enough always ruled. California. What's that one from? What show is that from, chat? California. Okay, let's get into some shit. We have some AEW news here. Everybody all together. Ichi ni Sanda for AEW news. And the best guys.
Tony Khan.
So AEW star Ricochet is facing a ton of backlash this week after he told a woman he's glad she's battling multiple sclerosis, leading the wrestler to share his regret over the statement. I've covered this ad nauseum. Just TMZ covered it. They also covered Samantha Irvin getting threats and shit like that online. Everybody's beat this to death, and so we're moving on from that. Josh Alexander was helped to the back during the taping for AEW Slam Dunk Collision, which I think is tonight, right? It was pre-taped or something, after suffering an apparent knee injury. According to reports from those in attendance, there has been no confirmation of the injury at this time. Damn, dude. Josh Alexander is just on a generationally bad run in AEW, I would say. He's just sort of went from one of the top fucking dudes in the biz where everyone's like, he is, as far as like match quality, if you want to talk like Meltzer, who can in-ring work and what he could possibly do. He also gave some great moments like with his wife and his kid and Moose. Y'all remember that when he was like crying in the ring with his wife and shit, then Moose speared him, cashed in his thing, won the title. Like, they did some really good shit with Alexander, and they did a good job of getting him over as like, he, angry Kurt Angle in a way. It sucks that he's always going to get the Canadian Kurt Angle comparisons, but say that 5 times fast. But hopefully he's not hurt. And in AEW, the one thing they got right was the one time they did a backstage thing where he's talking and everyone's getting beat up around him. And it was like, oh, that's cool. And then they just did it every week. And it's just overkill. Same thing with the pay-per-view doing the overrun. Or pardon me, the pre-show doing the overrun into the pay-per-view. So the first time they did it, I was like, that's a good look. I know people are mad. I think that they should do shit like that. That could happen from time to time. Okay. And then they did it the very next show. Overkill already. Then they take one off, and then the next pay-per-view, it rolls over again. You're just like, what the fuck? And then they did it with the Battle Royal. They should have just waited, never did it again till this Battle Royal. That works. Okay, there's a Battle Royal. You thought it would have ended. It fucking didn't, and it bleeds into the pay-per-view. Fireworks go off. There's 10 guys in the ring having a Battle Royal. Okay, I'm with that. Like, I'm not even against that. But they just did it a bunch of times over and over. It's overkill. Same with Josh Alexander. The beating up people around him while he's talking. You can't do that every fucking week. Then it's ruined, It was cool the one time. Do it another time, but not like right away. Have him cut a promo in the ring maybe next time, You got to switch it up a little bit. So in other news, recovery is underway. Layla Gray undergoes ACL surgery. She confirmed she successfully underwent knee surgery after tearing her ACL during her TBS title match against Mercedes Moné and has begun recovery and rehab. So again, she's been out for a while. She'll be out for a while longer. And yeah, Layla Gray, I just don't think Tone has anything for her. He just sticks her with Top Flight. And back when she was with Jade Cargill's Baddies is when they should have done more with her and Kiera Hogan. I digress. That's years ago now. I digress with that. So, speaking of Mercedes Monet, she's been dropping goddamn titles. She's got 3 left. And I told you guys, man, she is actually doing this the right way. I always gave her due. Now, she hates the fucking fans. She especially hates old fucking WWE fans that are like, when are you coming back to the Fed? She's like, watch AEW and shit. But she also like the way she just eats in the camera and fucking talks shit to people on Instagram Live and shit. I think part of it's trolling though, but she's done the right thing. I'm not saying that these girls she's dropping belts to are going to draw a shitload, but for the time for those indies, they did draw more because of Monet, according to any of them who spoke up about it. And she went back and dropped fucking titles to people who are in those feds, okay? She dropped belts to people that are going to be there carrying the torch for a little while longer. So you got to give her props for that, okay? And yes, she had 13 belts, and sometimes in life you got to be a hoe.
You got to be a hoe.
I think that AEW's fucking up by not doing my idea and having an indie recap show. Just get rid of Collision, have an indie recap show where you highlight what all of your talents are doing on the indies and shit, or keep Collision and do that as a YouTube show and just strike a deal with these motherfuckers. Either way, whatever. But this should have been, because we've seen the 13 titles on Dynamite and shit, we should be getting updates on Mercedes Monet every Dynamite or every Collision, if you don't want to put it on Dynamite, explaining to people like, here's where she's been, and here's she actually lost this belt and lost this belt and lost this belt. It should be chronicled if all those belts are on TV, because the next time we see her, it's just no belts, and then they'll go, oh, there's no belts. It's just catering to only internet sickos and wackos, and it's just, that's not the way to go, right? You got to start expanding to more casuals. Right? So shout out Mercedes Monet for dropping these fucking belts. And I'm not saying all these girls are going to go and draw $1 million or blow up these territories, but it gave them the rub. And maybe she's garnering some good faith in people. Who knows? She might come back as a babyface for all we fucking know, but she's going to come back home to AEW is what the internet's saying. And her plan this whole time was, I could never and I'm actually going to give Tony Khan and Mercedes Monet props for
The
this.
best guys, Tony Khan.
Oh, you're just fed slop, fed brain, fucking Tony Khan hater. Nope. Okay. I put shit over where it's due. And yes, I'll continue to roast Monet, and do my hilarious impression of her, but I am definitely giving her props where it's due. And this isn't game-changing shit, but like this helps get AEW's title over more, the main one, because Monet's story arc here is she had 13 titles, parades them around, has shirtless dudes and cars, one car for each title or whatever. She brings all these titles out. She has 1 million titles. She wins the TBS title, Ring of Honor titles, wins all these titles. But every time she tried to get the AEW Women's World title, she couldn't fucking do it. And it sort of puts the AEW Women's World title on a pedestal, right? Like above these other titles. And once she drops all those other titles, then she will finally capture the AEW Women's World title, which makes that belt feel above those other ones. It really does. Just the booking of it, the placement of it. It's actually a good move by Tone. Again, has it paid off? Was all of his booking shoving cakes in Monet's face and all of the week-to-week stuff? Was that really good? No, definitely not. A lot of it was shit. She ruined the women's blood and guts for me. I've said all this a billion times, but the end goal, like I guess if this was the end game, it's actually a smart move, executed poorly. Monet's executing well on the indies. She did what she said she was going to do. I'm going to wrestle her in a Japana and all over the indies. She did it. She did what she said she was going to do. So nobody can really hate on her for that. She didn't just lose 10 belts to one person or 5 to this person, 5 to that person, then make them drop them on the fucking indies. She's down to 3 belts, Monet. She's going to drop the last 3, return to AEW, And then she's going to win that women's world title finally and then probably have a lengthy reign. I wouldn't be shocked if they gave her like the longest reign of all time with that belt. And maybe you get a Monet versus Ronda Rousey match down the line. Now we're talking like, hey, I'm just throwing it out there, especially because Toni Storm's fucking injured, which we're about to talk about. But Monet versus Ronda down the line, I mean, say what you will. That could maybe at All In even. Maybe you have Ronda deal with Mina Shirakawa real quick on like a Dynamite, and then fucking Monet returns. And it would be kind of dumb because you'd have to explain why she's the babyface now, but against heel Ronda. But if they do it right, or maybe Ronda sticks her nose in Monet's business, just book the shit right, milk it. You have it right there, Tone. You have the money, you have the resources, you have the money, fucking make it happen. I'm glazing Monet. Mercedes Monglaze tonight, right? Let's talk about it. Let's let Monet say what she's got to say here in this interview on aisle 61.
Qual è il tuo messaggio ai tuoi fan?
Fans are waiting for your return in All Elite Wrestling. What message you want to give to the fans?
Message do I want to give to my fans? I'm returning really, really soon. But right now, I'm on my money.
I'm on my money mega. Listen to this.
Tour all over Europe.
Tour all over Europe.
It ends in Canada, though.
Ends in Canada.
First, it started in Mexico.
Mexico.
Italy. Next stop is Paris. Then
Is
London, then
Paris,
Poland, and then Winnipeg. So after that, Mama's going to return home.
Mamma torna a casa, ha detto. Mamma torna a casa, devo fare un po' di spese in giro, ha detto. Adesso sono in Italia, poi Canada, Polonia.
Hell yeah, dude. So she's doing the damn thing. And we can see here in some news, where is it? I think we have video of Monet. So, and new Alexis Falcon defeated Mercedes Monet to win both the Body Slam Scandinavian and Discovery Scotland Women's Championships at Rev Pro High Stakes. Right? And then she's like smiling, shaking hands, like, oh, I'm leaving wrestling in a better place. She kind of is, man. Like, I'm not saying Alexis Falcon's going to go become a world beater, but maybe she draws the next time they do a Scandinavia show. Right? Like this, Monet's out there fucking, people are making fun of her tent show and shit. It's like, yeah, but that's a draw, dude. Like Andrade, I just saw him in a gym. Literally this past week, he did a fucking indie. He's in a gym and there's like 11 people there. I'm not kidding. So Monet was like at least drawn. Anybody who spoke up was like, dude, Monet is drawn for us. So if she comes back as like a babyface somehow, you got Monet Ronda at All In. Again, it sucks if Storm's really fucking injured, and this is a blessing in disguise for AEW in a way, because I don't think Storm and Ronda's it. I think Storm fell off a little bit, guys. I think Storm has fallen off a little bit, and I hope she recovers, but she needs to take some time and come back to like OG Timeless, or come back just as something new, like an offshoot, but like something evolved, an evolved version. Because she just needs to sort of reinvigorate her shit anyways. So that might be a blessing in disguise, whatever her injury is, if it's not too serious. I'm not happy anybody gets injured, but you guys know my philosophy on that. Like sometimes you fucking get hurt when nothing's working, then you come back and then you're Ilya Dragunov, you know, you're winning the title and you're fucking having bangers every week. So yeah, shout out Alexis Falcon, shout out Mercedes Monet. Speaking of shout outs, or wrestlers on the indies rather, Tommaso Ciampa returned to AEW Pro tonight, helping Rich Swann. So again, he just copied his shit with Gargano, but with Mark Briscoe, you know, like an NXT Gold or whatever that was. I think it was, yeah, it was on when did he turn on him? No, the Cruiserweight Classic. They like embraced each other because they fought each other there, but they like embraced. And then when Ciampa finally turned on Gargano, they did that same sort of like, we're sitting here, we embrace spot, we walk to the ramp together, and then he fucking turned on him. So they set it up nicely. He, of course, copies that in AEW. Then the next thing you know, he's on the indies at AEW Pros. Helping TNA's Rich Swann for some reason. I don't think he's with TNA anymore. who's that? Is that a Max Caster lookalike? This is Max Caster Jr. here, or is that just Max Caster? I'm not sure. Looks like skinny Max Caster. And he's out there in flip-flops, and I get it. Like, you know, I'm glad that Ciampa can go also help out some indies. Like, the indies are booming right now, and I will say this. I think Tone McCann has helped indies in this way. A bunch of guys with quote-unquote names, they're getting paid. Like, Ciampa's getting paid in the shade. He doesn't care if he's booked on TV or not. He'll just do whatever Tone needs him to do whenever he needs him to do it. He'll go work weekends to make some extra bucks on an indies, and he'll spend way more time with his family while getting paid. That's why he went there. Tone's a money mark. So Tone has allowed people like a Ciampa he's getting paid, or the Iconics, to where they're getting paid a good amount. And it's like, oh, I'll just go make this extra little. Wow, my rate went up a little bit, and I can go do this indie now. JJ Alexander's come on the show and been like, no, fuck that, because they're pricing themselves out, and it's pricing out. You know, you have people like Abaddon and shit who will never make close to what she was making in AEW on the indies, and that sucks for her, and it prices people out. Like, but if you're Ciampa, I don't know. I think the indies are booming and thriving right now. I think lots of indies are drawing just in general, and I will say that Ciampa will take less money than he probably normally would to do something like this, to fucking help. Maybe he's got friends who work there or book that place. Who knows? Maybe Rich Swan's just his old buddy, and it'll help. Does it help AEW? Fuck no. But like, is it helping the indies maybe a bit? Yeah, I would say in that Ciampa probably didn't take a lot of money to show up and do this, if any. Like, who knows? And or maybe the payoff is when he does a match later where he teams with Rich Swann or some shit. Who fucking knows? But he can show up there, and then people at that territory on that indie might be like, holy shit, the next show these guys do, Ciampa was at the last one. You know, that's awesome for the fucking indies, and Ciampa is able to do it because he's getting paid so much. He can just go do whatever he wants, and Tone lets him do whatever he wants. Now, at the same time, though, it does not help AEW when like MJF's defending his title against Zilla Fatu at Hog Wrestling. Like that just helps MJF, and that just helps Hog Wrestling, and that doesn't help. And that doesn't help JD either, because then he gets banished from doing fucking commentary and whatnot. Just saying.
Sure thing, bro. Sure thing.
So shout out Ciampa, but yeah, just in the indies, and it sucks. But for a guy like Ciampa, now if it's a guy like Britt Baker who wants to be on TV, right, then that fucking sucks. If it's a guy who's getting crippling demoralized, which, you know, crippled from demoralization into retirement, like we're going to talk about some wrestlers in a bit, that's unfortunate. But for a guy like Ciampa, like, do you think he gives a fuck if he's wrestling fucking Motor City or like Fraxium on SmackDown? Like, do you think he gives a fuck if he's doing that, or is in NXT, or is in on Collision having a banger once a month and then not on the pay-per-views? Like, he doesn't give a fuck if he's going to make that money at this point in his career, and he can go do some indie shit and have some fun, maybe go to Japan or something, take his family to Japan on a trip or something. Like, that's what lies in the future for him. And so like a guy like Ciampa is okay. I get it. I totally understand. If you're like yearning to be on TV and then you go there and then you just get shoved to the indies, or you're just in ROH, Sammy Guevara, you're being called the pillar, and then you're just in ROH wasting away. Like, that's crazy. That's a fuck up blatantly. So moving along here. Let's check in with chat here. So Ray J's World for 5 says, people may not like the end of Tony D's Mafia gimmick, but Luca Crucifino is no longer a lawyer dude that sucks. Yeah, what is Luca Crucifino doing? And he's just on Evolve, correct? I'm not keeping up with Evolve. So Tony D, Stax, and Luca probably could have taken that act to the main roster if we're being realistic. But I think Tony D, unfortunately, is like a for lifer NXT guy. Like, I don't see him going to the main roster anytime soon. And maybe I'm proven wrong on that. Good. But then what does he do? Assemble a little mob crew again? That's all. Like, I just don't think that gimmick. And he is going to get over on the main roster unless he's got, like, the mob crew. The FBI, you know? Ugabagoo. And then Ray J's rolled with another 5. Says, said Ethan Page, thank you so much, dude. Fucking let's air horns in the chat. So Ethan Page is super over and got a cool thing going with Ricky Saints while Josh Alexander gets injured and flubs. Sad. Yeah, I mean, has he been a flub? No, I think he's played his role well. He's had some decent matches, but then he's just been surrounded with, like, he's in the match where Buddy falls and fucking injures himself and they keep it on the show and they don't edit it out. Not that I'm like mad that they did, like Ibushi comes back and then he gets injured wrestling Alexander. And then they have the overkill on the backstage. Everyone's getting beat up while he's talking. And then he's just in the Callis family when he could be more than that. And he's sort of just plugged. I'm not even against the Callis family, but Josh Alexander was really a guy that, if it was really about just the bangers and the best, if you wrestle really good, because I don't believe that either when Dave's like, if you just do all the flips, Tone treat like you're his favorite. Yeah, you're his favorite until another guy comes along, until like, ooh, another shiny toy. That's all it is. So, and everyone can do flips and shit and have crazy matches. And if you want to have a guy who has crazy, fucking amazing false finishes, crazy ass matches, look no further than Josh Alexander, but they're not using him that way. Why? He's just a Callis family guy. I'm down with Davis and Doyle and even Takeshita and shit being in Callis family. Some of these guys, I think it helps elevate them a little bit. Hitchasero, I mean, that's cool. They got a guy from CMLL and shit. But, like, what's his face? I don't know if Josh Alexander needs to be in that crew, really. And then, but if he wasn't, you wouldn't have got that one moment in that backstage talking promo thing, but then they overkilled it. So I don't know. It is what it is, man. He's on Evolve. Ray DeReyes time. Oh yeah. Hey, I should put Ray DeReyes on. Akeem, the best guys. Tony Khan, how you doing? Okay. So let's move along here with some more news. So we talked about Hitchasero. And so here's Claudio Castagnoli wrestling in a mask or doing an interview in a mask. And he says, I'm very proud and happy to represent Lucha Libre. And he's signed with CMLL. So Claudio's on a dual contract. So Tone's doing more of these dual contracts. Why? Because AEW's a super indie. That's all it is. It's a super indie. And I'm fine with that. I'm okay with TNA doing shit like this, but that's just it. They're at TNA level as far as that's concerned. Selling tickets, yeah, to some of their bigger events. They're number 2. They are number 2 as far as like ticket sales and ratings and all this shit. But they're not competing. They're nowhere near competing. WWE wouldn't do shit like this. They do partner with Noah, but it's all under their terms. And that's how it should be. It shouldn't be big boy. We're going to swing our dick around and be fuckheads and fuck with your business like John Laurinaitis and Vince and them would do. But that's not what WWE's been doing. And clearly, like with their relationship with TNA and Noah and all this stuff. And people can sit there and be like, you can't tell me WWE didn't say like, oh, NXT's got to go over. And it's like, well, of course. They got to have stacks and some of these people go over because they need to establish what the pecking order is. And they needed to establish on there. And this is where the payoff is. They're elevating TNA up to NXT and WWE main roster-ish level while establishing, if you're in the Fed, this is the step up from TNA. And that's what you have to do. You can't pull a Tone and be like, oh, you're the Ring of Honor world champion? Well, you get a shot at our world champion in AEW. It should be AEW triumphs and steps on the neck. ROH is our developmental. Like, there's benefits to marketing shit that way. And so, I don't know, Claudio's on a 2 and a double company contract like many of these other wrestlers. Good for him. Maybe he's going to wrestle out his years just doing this. I could totally see it. What would he do in WWE? I don't know. He'd be like a Matt Cardona guy. I don't think they do much more with him. Maybe you'd get a Claudio versus Gunther world heavyweight title match maybe down the line in a couple years or something, maybe, if all worked out. But I don't know. This might be the best route for Claudio, and he rules, and he's underutilized in AEW.
A lot of media and
He was underutilized in the Fed, and everyone's like, free Cesaro and shit. And then he goes to AEW, and he just has, they just slap the Ring of Honor title on him. Then he loses that. He's a background player. He's a background player. Garcia and Yuta get taken more seriously than this guy.
a lot of people in social media have wondered, why are you using a mask in your presentations when you go out in AEW?
Very good question. I think the mask is the essence of the luchador. And I'm very proud, very happy to represent Lucha Libre and CMLL as the World Heavyweight Champion. But should the day come that I lose this championship, I still want to represent CMLL, Lucha Libre on the spirit, the essence of Lucha. And this mask will help me do that, and I'll wear it for the rest of my career.
A lot of media.
So is he going to wear that mask only in CMLL for the rest of his career, or when he's in AEW as well? And the mask says Death Riders on it too, chat. So that's crazy. But shout out CMLL. They're doing the damn thing. Claudio, I'm never going to hate on Claudio, dude. So speaking of CMLL and Hechicero, so Claudio said, if I ever lose this title, I'll fucking, I'll still represent by wearing this mask. Well, he lost the title. And Hechicero is your new CMLL World Heavyweight Champion. So good for him. Let's talk ratings and attendance and all of this shit. So right here, Austin Karp had this to say. Beyond cuts, actually, let's go further, right? Rich Greenfield said, making the hard, unpopular decision must be made. Paying for the NFL means a lot of existing money. Losing programming needs to be shuttered. And after nearly 100 years, CBS News Radio is being dissolved, per a note from Barry Weiss and Tom Chabrowski to CBS staff today. Now look at this dude here. Partner and TMT analyst, Lightshed Partners, GP, Lightshed Ventures, media futurist, and co-host the Lightshed podcast, Rich Greenfield, 56K followers. Like he seems like he knows somewhat what he's talking about in this field, right? So and this is what Niccolo Piccolo has known and knows and has been trying to tell people, and this is what other people know and have known, that NFL getting cut from Paramount CBS is something that is being considered. And for the first time after nearly 100 years, CBS News Radio is being dissolved. Like, really think about that. And people are saying NFL is going to be next. Like, NFL should be. The predictions are, people are predicting. And I know Dave Meltzer and these dumb fucks don't know about this stuff.
For,
right?
The young superstar, babyface, the former heel thing. So,
but when Niccolo Piccolo's saying this shit, he's not talking out of his ass, and Rich Greenfield, I don't think, is talking out of his ass. So this guy here, Austin Karp, who's a media reporter for SBJ, Ramblin' Wreck from Georgia Tech, sports documentary nut job, rapidly declining pickup basketball player. So having some fun. And of course, he's a media reporter for the Sports Business Journal. Okay, guys? SBJ. And so Austin Karp says, beyond cuts around news and entertainment programming, the huge added costs for NFL that are coming soon will also have serious downstream implications for a number of networks on media rights, deals, renewals for middle tier and smaller tier sports properties. We're sports. We're
Best guys, Tony Khan.
Okay. We're on TNT Sports. We'll be on the same. Okay, so middle tier and smaller sports properties. So let's read this again. Okay, so the huge added costs for NFL that are coming soon will also have serious downstream implications for a number of networks on media rights deals, renewals for middle tier and small tier sports properties. I wonder what would qualify as middle tier and small tier sports properties. And then Front Row Brian goes, AEW equals canceled. I mean, this isn't a sicko. This isn't an old podcast wrestler grifter, Brian, saying this shit. Dave doesn't even know about these people, even though he thinks in his mind that he could take all their jobs if he decided to and go into those fields. So, again, man, let's hope the ratings stay up at mid to low level, okay? And they're in bed. And Dave is trying to flex the lowest, or like the 24th overall football team holds more weight than the UFC. Really? Because they might just get rid of NFL and bring in other shit. They might not even want to fuck with that anymore. So it's wishful thinking, but I just think this is going to end catastrophic. After being very much an optimist, like for a long time, I said, I don't see AEW going anywhere, and I don't think it'll go anywhere, but it will only exist on my AEW for a while, or it'll go to Prime or something exclusively, and then people are just not going to watch it whatsoever. Okay, so moving along here in other business, tickets, TV ratings, all that good shit. AEW All in London has distributed 19,000 tickets. They're set up for 37,000. Their setup is like the lowest of any All In, actually, other than the Texas one, but in Wembley, they did 53,000. So if they do this setup, which, yeah, if they do 40,000, good for them. I think they might do 40,000 on paper, but they're going to paper this house. The fact that they distributed 20,000 already off rip, I mean, returning to London, I believe it's possible, but that's distributed, man. Like, we know that Tone, everything's private. There's ways to get a bunch of tickets and get them out and hand them out. And they did last time. They did this, they were there. They did the first time they were there. Everybody reported on it. The turnstile numbers. Thurston's going to figure out what really the number is months later. And there will be a bunch of tarped off sections. People are going to have the tarp pictures. People are going to try and jump all over this. Good for AEW. I hope they do a good house, and them distributing 20,000 is awesome. I think it's going to stay around that number for a while, chat. And then it will have another significant jump as it gets closer. It'll kind of steadily build. And then last minute, it'll have a big last minute jump like it typically does. And I think I think that them just pre-selling this many is, I think if it stays at this level for a while, if the next update we don't get, it's still around 19,000. I think that's kind of telling what happened there. But hey, good for them. Let's hope they do 40,000. I don't know why you go to Wembley or whatever for 40,000 people, papered too. Like, why don't you just go to a smaller place, not paper it, and have it be rabid, and then film TV shows out there for like 2 months, tour around, you know? He's dead set on trying to like one up WWE or something, and it's just never going to happen that way, unfortunately. So Collision, Slam Dunk Saturday. We have the Death Riders, so Mascara Dorada and Commander take on Cesaro and Garcia. The LFI are in trios action. The Sisters of Sin take on the Brawling Birds, so shout them out. And Fletcher takes on Robbie Eagles for the title. So Robbie Eagles just comes in and skips the line and gets a TNT title match just because they need
Wrestling's not fake!
Fucking trash, dude. Trash. Mick Foley shouted out MJF for his Terry Funk tribute at Revolution. And he said, if I had one more match in me, I would have been with MJF. Sadly, it just wasn't meant to be. I think Foley's talking a bunch of shit. Like, he still has his like likeness in the video games and stuff, but he's like, I'm never working with WWE again. Bang bang. Have a nice day. He's still in the video game, so who knows if that's true. I'm sure they still sell his merch and shit like that. He's just trying to take a political stance, and that's fine. I mean, that's what people do. AEW Dynamite this week averaged its highest viewership since June of last year, with 730,000 viewers, up 111,000 viewers versus last week. The second highest viewership since 2024. I mean, round of applause for the best guy. I thought I had like a breakdown of it, but we don't. But yeah, man. 111,000 viewers, up 730,000. Highest viewership since then. I think they did like 770,000 or some shit like that. Maybe I'm giving them too much, but either way, good for them. I think they've had a string of good shows. I think this show might have turned some people off, this last Dynamite. I don't know if people are like clamoring to watch the next what was it, 730 plus or whatever the fuck? Yeah, I don't know if people are going to be clamoring to see the next one. The crowd was kind of dead. I wonder what it was that made people tune in to the show. Maybe hoping to see Edge and Christian back, and then Bruv back. They booked Bruv's thing really bad. So compared to other Dynamites, it wasn't that great of an episode in recent months, but they've been doing the damn thing. And the Bucks, like being the baby faces they are, is a net positive too. I think they should just stick to being like, we're the smiling Bucks, and even if people boo them, like they just got to John Cena their way through it. They're already ripping his shit off with the little kids and everything, because AEW, they just see shit and then parrot it. But yeah, good for AEW, man. Let's hope next week they do more than that, and then the week after they do more than that, and the week after that, and then the houses reflect that. And it's not just people saying, oh, Nielsen's inflated for WWE, and then not when it applies to AEW, like Dave will do. You know Dave will do shit like that, huh? Nielsen's fucked up, except for look at all this crazy shit Nielsen's doing when it comes to AEW ratings-wise, you know? Then he loves it. So, speaking of loving it, Tony Khan made a $6.9 billion bid for WWE during 2023 sales process.
The best guys, Tony Khan.
Some people are kind of coping over this shit, and they're like, oh, it wasn't him, it was his dad. Wrestling forever! Right? Shad Khan. It was Shad Khan who did it. No, it was probably Tony Khan, guys. Like before AEW, Tone was at every major pay-per-view, had a fucking suite at every fucking major pay-per-view, was chumming up with sheet guys. Okay? Chumming up to the wrestlers. Using his money to get him into fucking executive suites and shit, and hanging out at Mania and SummerSlam and all that shit. And I've said this a million times. If WWE said, sell us AEW, we'll buy it, and part of the deal is you're on the board and you have creative rights, you get to sit down with Triple H and everyone, and you're actually booking SmackDown from now on, and if they offered him that deal, he'd do it tomorrow. He'd do it tomorrow. He'd take a job with WWE. Like, he would do it in a heartbeat. That's his dream come true. His dream was WWE notice him. Instead, he just bought his way into the wrestling business. And if they brought Tony the Kid Khan in and were like, you get to be on Unreal, and you get to sit in Gorilla on SmackDown and whatever, and you have you're a part owner of you're on the board of TK, he would do it tomorrow. Okay? But he turned it into a beef because they laughed him off and brushed him aside. And it's unfortunate, but it's just the truth. And did Tony himself go $6.9 billion? No, but would he put money up? And it was a company that he's done deals that he's a part of, that he owns or whatever, his family owns. And it's a company that Tony Khan, they've been a part of buying shit, you know? So it tracks. And yeah, he absolutely probably was down with and helped pitch the idea and was like, we should make a bid at the Federation. I guarantee it. Now, a lot of people were like, oh, Tone would have saved wrestling. Another example of where monopolies are okay as long as it's Tone. Nobody cares if it's Steamboat Tone. Nobody cares if it's monopolization or him fucking running things. Monopolization, is that even a word or just a monopoly? Nobody cares as long as it's him. And if you really think about it, he wouldn't have wanted that because it would be him getting sued right now. His name would be in these fucking lawsuits and all of this shit about he bought the company and Vince parlayed it into buying the company and Tony Khan was there for the fucking... He would be a part of all these getting sued and the Vince McMahon scandal. And also the sickos wouldn't be like, oh, he's saving pro wrestling. They would be like, he sold out, man, the Fed, man. That's what it would be. And he'd be associated with Saudi Arabia and all this shit. And it just goes to show you that I've been right this whole fucking time about the mentality of the sickos, which is why I started the goddamn sicko
Just
segment
in from
in the first
Phil
place.
Marks of PWT. He says, I told you so.
Like, these guys, if Tone went to Saudi Arabia, they'd cheer it. If Tone could charge $1 million for tickets and do 40,000 2 nights in Las Vegas, they would cheer it. They would love it. They would applaud it. They'd be like, see, owning the Fed. Think of everything with the Saudi money. Get Roman Reigns. That's what they would fucking say.
I will rule you.
So when the shoe's on the other foot, it's all good. It's a disgusting promotional tactic when Triple H touts the fucking record gates and brags about how successful they are. But when Tony Khan brags about how successful they are and goes, we did $1 million gate. And they talk about how the ratings are increasing and they're closing the gap. That's not a fucking disgusting promotional tactic.
God, it's the greatest thing I've ever seen.
We know how this works. All right. And so lastly, in business news, Revolution, this according to the Observer, and we debunked this week on Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week, Time Cop. We debunked this. But Revolution pay-per-view buys did pretty good. It's certainly the best since All In Texas and probably by a decent margin. All In 2025 did 180 to 185,000 buys. AEW's highest buy rate since then is 140, which suggests Revolution drew between 140 to 180,000 buys. Now, we pwned this on Dave Meltzer, Dumb Moment of the Week. We pwned this before as Revolution was happening. I already knew what Dave was going to fucking do. And just to reiterate, guys, the YouTube trends, the Google trends for Forbidden Door last year, 2025, was more than double the YouTube Google trends for AEW Revolution. Okay? The number one way, YouTube, to watch fucking pay-per-view, the number one streamer had less than half the people who were watching Forbidden Door last year. So in no way did it do between 140 to 80,000 buys because Dave Meltzer's lie number for Forbidden Door last year was 122,000 buys to 130,000. That was his lie inflated by 30% number. So not only can we not inflate this by 30%, but this is like he's adding way too much. Like, I bet you this pay-per-view did under 100,000 buys for real legitimate, maybe 100,000. I doubt they're even cracking 100,000. And if we don't even know the HBO Max numbers, how the fuck is he knowing the pay-per-view numbers from Prime, from HBO Max, from just like random fucking just like pay-per-view? Because you can buy pay-per-view the classic way. Triller. How does he have all the numbers? He doesn't. It's no way all these people contact Dave and tell him all this shit. So it's just a complete fake and phony number. Hopefully they did well, but the YouTube trends, which Dave will pull for UFC and TNA to try and say how they're not trending, but he doesn't pull for AEW, suggest entirely otherwise. And it's just par for the course, man. Speaking of par for the course, 1 step forward and 2 steps back. So they begin the build to in AEW. Speaking of Revolution, they started the build to Ronda Rousey. I don't give a damn about my bad reputation. They started this feud between Rousey and Toni Storm, and Toni Storm being one of the top draws, if not the top draw for women in AEW, the most over character, whatever. And so Toni Storm faces off with Ronda Rousey. Rousey takes off. She's with the Death Riders in a no-holds-barred match. Toni Storm's supposed to take on Marina Shafir. That's when on Dynamite, Toni Storm was attacked by like a bottle or some shit again, hit over the head with a champagne bottle or some shit, and she's severely injured. And then Mina Shirakawa, which shout out Mina Shirakawa and Marina. I always fuck up their names, and I'm always like calling Marina Mina and shit like that by accident. But Mina versus Marina. Shout out Mina for like getting pushed up into this spot, and maybe she'll be the one to fight Rousey, but I would have Rousey just kill Mina on like a Dynamite and then figure out how to get to Monet versus Rousey at All In. That's what you got to do. AEW, Tone, that's what you got to do. I know you hate me. Just listen to your boy Phil right now. That's what you got to do, okay? So Toni Storm's like injured for real. And so Brian Alvarez reported this before anyone else and was like, something really happened to Marina Shafir here. I mean, pardon me, to Mina Shirakawa. And then it happened to Toni Storm, and now Mina Shirakawa is taking on Marina Shafir. These fucking names, Marina Shafir, Mina Shirakawa. Like, holy fuck. Those are close. So anyways, they're close, but they're not really close, but they're like close enough where you're like, fuck, you know, I'm dyslexic, dude. This is fucking me up. So anyways, Observer Radio. I might just be retarded. I don't know, chat. You tell me. Vote in the poll. Mina Shirakawa was a legitimate replacement for Toni Storm on Dynamite. Something happened with Toni. All I know is this was a legitimate replacement, meaning something actually happened to Toni. She clearly seems to have got hurt because she wasn't cleared for the show, but it wasn't until the last minute. They advertised this all the way until today. It wasn't until 10 minutes before the show that I guess they were waiting and hoping that, and then the very last second, they were like, not going to happen. So she's hurt enough to where you're just waiting, like, is your diarrhea passed? You able to wrestle? No, it's a serious thing. Like, that's cooked, man. AEW's fucking cooked how they handle this shit. But Mina steps in. All good. She beat Marina. So you got to believe they're going to give her the Rousey match. Bad move. Unless they just do the Rousey match and then do the fucking... and then do Ronda Monet at All In. Unless they do the Ronda match soon. It's kind of a fucking L to just beat Marina, who you've been building up way stronger than Mina, even though I like Mina more. It's just a messy situation. One step forward, two steps back for AEW. They never know how to handle this shit. Here's what Brian, probably what I just said. Here's him saying it. Let's see if my impression's on point, Chad.
Toni must be out a long time. Because otherwise, if she's only out like a week or two or whatever, if it's a short-term deal or if it was an angle, okay, well, Marina should beat Mina, and then Toni shows up, and then you do whatever you're doing, Toni and Marina. So I figured the only possible explanation for Mina winning this match, because this makes no sense, is that Toni must be out for a long time, and presumably Mina is just going to take her place.
So Alvarez doesn't know. He's just saying shit. He doesn't actually know. He's just guessing.
Ryan.
Okay. All right.
And whatever storyline they're doing with Marina and Ronda Rousey and whatever they're doing here. And as it turns out, I can at least confirm that at least part of that for sure is correct. Toni is out for a long time.
Okay, well then fucking the only thing I can assume, but then I can confirm that the thing that I said I can only assume is confirmed. Brian, what the fuck is wrong with you? These dirt sheet guys are all fucking dumb as fuck, dude. I can't. Like, what? What are you talking about? So you can confirm it. So you're not assuming it. You can confirm that part. Okay. How? Did she call you?
So this was not an angle.
I believe someone told him this, but it's like, well, then why did you fucking start? Why did you start with the preamble there where you can only assume something's true and then you can go on to confirm it? Just say, I can confirm she's really hurt.
It's not like a short-term thing or whatever. She is going to be out for a long time. And so Mina, it appears, is now taking this Toni Storm role. And I don't know what they're doing with Ronda Rousey, but Ronda clearly showed up at the pay-per-view for a reason, and that is she's trying to get over this fight, this Netflix fight with Gina Carano, which is coming up in May.
Oh, my God, buddy. Oh, my God. Brian, she didn't go on this fucking low-tier... it's this thing where she's calling out TKO and all this shit, and Toni has a vendetta against TKO. Ronda's working, trying to whatever the fuck. She has a relationship with Tone. Tone probably hit her up after he heard her talking about the TKO shit at the Netflix thing, and then they worked out a deal. She's probably going to wrestle on All In. That's all good. Good for them. And yes, she is trying to get over this fight, but she's not going on AEW to like, we're going to promote this or like, yes, there's obviously an element of that, right? But at the same time, the sickos are anti-Netflix and shit like this, and this is just to help two things: Ronda's bank account, and she's trying to make money right now. Like, the media asked her, are you going to get 1 or 2 more fights in? There was rumors that Ronda's going broke, like in the MMA sphere, in the MMA community. There's conspiracy theories that she was going broke. I don't know about that. I think she owns a lot of land and things of this nature. I think she has no problem making money, but she did like crowdfund a graphic novel or a comic book not too long ago. So she's doing money fights. They asked her, are you going to have more than one Netflix fight? Nope. She's like, nope, this is probably just the last one. So she's just coming out to get a huge bag. Jake Paul worked out a deal with Netflix where him and MVP Promotions, like, they need to put on these big fights. And unfortunately, this is like every other big MMA promotion. They try and use old people who don't have many fights left, or old names that aren't going to, that can't deliver as good. And then they kind of fizzle out after a while. They pay them ridiculous money, and then it kind of fizzles out. So hopefully they can maintain it. But Ronda's doing like a one-off and shit. So this is Ronda just getting a bunch of money, and Tone being like, oh, you hate TKO? I do too. And he doesn't realize how this is going to back him into a corner come the end of this fucking TV deal with the Ellisons and all of that shit in Paramount.
So I know that Dave is skeptical that Ronda's going to be doing more or a lot on television leading up to it, but
I don't think she'll do a lot, but I think right before All In, she'll come and talk some shit. When is AEW All In? When is AEW All In London? 2026, right? Because that's when it is. So August 30. So when is Rousey versus Carano date? Forget what day it is. It's in May. It's April, May, June, July, August. Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe Tone locked her in for All In. If he didn't, he's just a dumb fuck, right? Because this fight is happening way before. Did they have a pay-per-view? What's AEW's? What's AEW next pay-per-view? Dynasty, April, January, February, March, April, May, June, July, August 30. Okay, so yes, I'm counting it out like a fucking infant, like a 6th grader. So, damn. So does she show up at Dynasty and then that's the end of this shit? And then because May 16, unless they get her for Double or Nothing, May 24, and then that's sort of to cap off whatever she's doing. You got to think Tone locked her in for one of these pay-per-views, no? Or is he just that big of a fucking mark? He's just doing this to take shots, try and be featured on Netflix because he thinks WWE fans are all watching the Ronda fight and they're going to say, oh, Tony Khan, AEW owner. And they're all going to go, oh, let's check out AEW. Is that what he thinks is going to happen? I don't know, man. It's kooky. It's absolutely kooky. So Double or Nothing's May 24th. So May 16th is her fight. She's going to want to rest after and go home. She's not going to show up to that shit. She's going to be all beat up and shit. Like, man. So Dynasty in Canada. So she's going to go to Vancouver, bud. I don't know, man. I don't know. Ronda, whatever it is, it'll wrap up before, but she's not going to get hurt before the Gina fight either. Damn, dude. Tony really fucked himself. This is literally all it is. And Dave and Brian can try and spin this. And this is what Bry's trying to do. And I'm trying to give him the benefit of the doubt instead of just going, it's redacted and none of it makes sense. And none of what they're saying is making any sense. And none of what Tone is trying to do makes any fucking sense because she's not going to hurt herself before the fight. She's going to be too beat up after the fight to fucking do anything in AEW. This may have just been a one-off. Maybe Mina gets beat up by Rousey on like a Dynamite or something. But like, if they wait till All In, maybe they discussed it, and let's give Tone the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they discussed it, and then Ronda is like, I'm locked in for All In. We'll tease some shit now, but come All In, I'll actually wrestle, and by that time, I'll be healed up after my fight with Gina. that gives me enough time to fucking go do a wrestling match after I vacation after the fight or whatever. Maybe they discuss that, then bonus points for Tone if he did it that way, because that actually makes sense. But otherwise, it is just a dumb fucking move that doesn't make any sense to do. Because she's not going to fuck herself up. And if it was just for a face-off and all this shit, I think she'll do some more things, but nothing too crazy in the ring, obviously, before the fight. Maybe she just squashes Mina. But yeah, I just think these guys are all scrambling to attribute this to anything else other than Tone wants to get on Netflix, and he called up Rhonda because he heard her shitting on TKO, and he's like, me too, girlfriend. Let's do this. Let's shit on TKO together.
Can't fathom. Like, that's why she's there, is to build up this whole thing with Gina Carano. So I don't know if she's going to do a tag match during training.
She's in AEW to build up the whole thing with Gina Carano. Brian, you're a dumb fuck. Take another vacation, Unk. Holy fuck, man. Unless Gina's there, no, it's not just to build up the thing to Gina Carano. It doesn't cross your mind that Tone hates TKO and WWE, and he thinks that she's shitting on them, so it'll just help. The sickos will go, oh man, AEW rules.
It sounds like a little bit crazy, but I think a tag
and that's
match.
why the ratings jumped too. I'm willing to bet they go down. Fans were tuned in to see Edge and Christian and Ronda and shit, and they didn't get to see that.
Ronda could probably go in there and not get hurt and not have to do a lot.
That's a gamble, dude.
It is, but you know what? I mean, the second she appeared on that show on Sunday, they were rattling off everything they could about that Netflix date. So clearly she's there for a reason.
Yeah.
And,
so give me buddy, and you have to promote my fight the whole way. And I'll just show up a couple times. And obviously they're building to like a Toni Storm match. Maybe Tone did the right thing and booked her for All In. I'm just maintaining that because why else would you have Ronda, Tony square off? It's not for Dynasty. It's not for fucking maybe Double or Nothing, but that's cutting it close. So, and then to have a banger with Tony, so maybe All In was the plan, right? And then Monet wins the title from whoever the champ is. But if I'm them, I get the belt on Monet as soon as possible, and then she fights Ronda at All In if they can pull it off. So, yeah, I don't know, man. We'll just chalk it up, though. Usually, like, I'm fantasy mark booking good shit for AEW. Typically, that's not what happens, and that shit blows up in your face. What's happening is Tone just doesn't like TKO, and so he's aligning with Rita Chatterton and Ronda Rousey and them. So AEW is reportedly expecting Toni Storm to be out of action for the rest of 2026 at minimum. So she's missing All In, and that's according to Fightful. So that's donezo. You got to get Monet versus Ronda. That's the only thing that will work. Let me check in with chat here. Ray J's World for 5 says when Even Busted Open is starting to acknowledge that Tony Khan pays AEW talent with bumper patent money, you know there's a problem. I mean, yeah, what are you with bumper patent money? What am I missing here? But here's the thing, man. Busted Open gets accused of being like Fed co-opted by the Fed. I don't know.
He had Cuervo with him the whole time too.
And then Ray J's World for 2 says rumor going around is Toni Storm is knocked up. I'm so knocked up. Can you feeling me? I'm knocked up. Just kidding. I know it's caught up, but Usher almost got knocked up by fucking Justin Bieber. Did you guys see that? Justin Bieber shoving Usher and shit? That's funny. Rumor going around is Toni Storm is knocked up. Yeah, well then shout out Juice. If that's true, then God bless them and their family. And I wish them the best, and I'm glad they do an injury angle, then let people into your personal life like that. Like, I don't need to see your kids and shit, you know? We all got them. We're all fucking, you know, God bless you. And, yeah, hopefully it just humbles them, and Tony's obviously able to set them up with a good life, and Juice has made a ton of cash in his career, so good for them. And if Toni Storm is out because of that, and she's like, I want to work it as an injury, that's cool too. Like, that's just sort of giving, there's a mystery who took her out. Was it confirmed that she was taken out by like Marina Shafir? Was that confirmed? I actually forget. So chat will confirm it for me. Moving along, ladies and gentlemen, the last thing in AEW news, Mercedes Martinez popped up. And of course, friend of the show, JJ Alexander, was talking about how, you know, he's got nothing but respect and love for Mercedes Martinez, who he's crossed paths with in his time in and around the Indies and whatnot. And, you know, he says that she deserves nothing but the best. And, you know, Mercedes Martinez had a really good run in ROH, and she was in WWE for a while. She's not the best wrestler. I'm going to be honest. Like, I think that, I don't know, man. There's like in-ring wise, she could use some work, and like promo wise and shit. But when you stick her in a faction or you give her a mouthpiece, she's intimidating. She has a great look. You know, she's a badass. She gives off like Shayna Baszler type vibes. As far as like being a shooter and whatnot. But ever since Mercedes Moné showed up, Mercedes Martinez just took off, and it's like take a hike. Even before then, you know, honestly, even before.
Let's talk about it.
Sometimes in life, you got to be a hoe.
But Mercedes Martinez, you know, she just got benched, and she's another one of the women that everybody was like, oh man, Mercedes Martinez versus Ember Moon and fucking Tony Storm and blah, 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 blah. Like, you know, everybody would list all the names like Saraya versus this person. Mercedes Martinez was always on the list. I mean, she's someone like Taya Valkyria or Taya Valkyrie or Lyra Valkyria. Who the fuck? What one of those names that, no, Taya Valkyrie. You know, she like had a name in Mexico and all this shit. And then in WWE, they just kind of didn't do shit with her. Same thing with Mercedes Martinez. And so she blames AEW frustration for pushing her towards her final full-time wrestling year. And once her contract came up, she announced, like, I'm doing my last full-time year. And I'm sure she got some money, a little nest egg there, probably nothing too crazy, but it's her last full-time indie year. Like, her love for the game is gone. And it's another one. You can't tell me all these fucking wrestlers just suck, and from CM Punk all the way down to fucking Mercedes Martinez and shit. It just sucks people's will to live, man. It just wakes people up, and it demoralizes a lot of wrestlers, where it encourages wrestlers like Ricochet and encourages him so much that he fucking gets himself canceled or whatever by the IWC, however you want to phrase it. You know, it demoralizes people like CM Punk to where he throws punches and is like, holy fuck, I got to go back to the Fed and just work really closely with NXT and the next generation, or else we're doomed. And it wakes people up like Mercedes Martinez, who's like, dude, I did so much when I was brought in. There was so much hype on me. And then now I'm fucking just going to do my final run and fuck this type shit. Yeah, she blames her frustrations on AEW, and she had this to say, and it's just another one. There's a long list of people, and you could say, oh, it's bitterness and jealousy and shit. That's such a cop-out. I'm sure she's not. Well, maybe there's like a bit of like, well, fuck, I was supposed to be brought in to be this chick, but that's kind of how she was presented. When she was brought in, they're like, oh, Mercedes Martinez is a wrecking machine. That's how they brought her in AEW too. Okay? You guys remember it. So let's see what she says here.
Being contracted, especially with AEW, and not being utilized to my full potential kind of brought me into that weird headspace of like, am I really like, can I still hang with the females? Can I still hang with the top tier? Do I still have a lot to prove? Do I have anything to prove left? You know, I'm blessed for the opportunity that Tony gave me for the last 4 years, but it felt like the last year and a half, almost 2 years, I kind of just sat on the shelf.
Shat on the shelf.
Not doing anything for the company.
Shat on the self. No, that's my job, pal. Oh, really? You're into that, huh? Well, I've got a job for you. Oh, you're hired.
And it kind of messes with your mind a lot. It kind of just makes you feel, you know, worth it. Does he really, you know, want to utilize my talent and my expertise? Being contracted.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not as doom and gloom as the headline would read, but again, just another girl who got frozen out like Britt Baker, like Sammy Guevara saying, yeah, it's not up to me, amigo, if I get booked. Tone's favorite toys, man. Angel Ortiz had to say some shit, right? all of these motherfuckers speak up and say stuff, and they just get frozen and disappear. And then when a guy like Ray Phoenix, who Espanol is his first language, and then he says it's inhumane the way they treat people. Inhumane? What are you, a fucking pussy, man? What are you, a little, you soft ass bitch? All these fucking bald headed boomers. No. All these assholes though go on these rants like clowning on the fucking wrestlers. Like, dude, shut up. You know, English is a second language. He's saying, using the word inhumane because it's kind of fucked. Like you're fucking with his livelihood, man. That's kind of fucked, you know? So, shout out Mercedes Martinez. And I hope something happens again. I'm not like clamoring to see her anywhere, but there was at one point where in Ring of Honor and shit, and just on the indies in general, like she was that badass, like that, like again, Shayna Baszler type, like she's kind of a shooter, like she'll really fuck you up. She's really a badass, like she's a street girl, that sort of thing, right? For whatever reason, they brought her in as like, she's the Ring of Honor champ. Tony signed her, and then she dropped the belt. And then I think she disappeared. Then she showed up again where they were kind of like, she's Mercedes Martinez is back and she's with fucking blah, blah, blah. She's better than ever. She's a destroyer. And then she just disappeared. She got like Camille'd. So I don't know what happened. I don't know if she's friends with the wrong people, but that's all Friends Wrestling for you. And that, ladies and gentlemen, Ichi Nissan Da was AEW news. And the best guy
is Tony Khan.
All right, guys. El Grande is being honored. It's amazing. And where are we? Dude, it's been a long show, but we got one segment left. And I told you guys we were going to do it. We haven't done sickos in a while, so we just got a couple sickos. We have an old fool returning, and we have a new fool of ours who's just trying to work a shoot, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, get your pukies in the chat. What's chat saying? AAA is on fire. It's like definitely a hot promotion. It feels hotter than fucking TNA, if we're being honest. Thank you guys for all of the support as well tonight, and patreon.com/Pro Wrestle Times. Consider signing up for it. YouTube's doing a lot of crazy shit. Channels are getting fucking just sniped for no reason and stuff. And yeah, Patreon's where I'll be if this shit goes haywire. We're going to kick, folks. No. Mercedes Martinez wants to do a match with Natty, bruh, in GCW. That would fucking rule. AEW has been hot from the start to now. Of the WWE alliance, I don't know what was going on with them before WWE. El Grande, Marijuana Cano. Great show. Thanks, Phil. Thank you guys, man. You guys fucking rule. Oof, she looks like a dude. That's just fucking rude. TK collects them like action figures, then leaves them in the toy, but you're right. You're absolutely right. No aura. Yeah, that's fair. Okay. If Carano wins, forget about Ronda doing it. She's not doing anything. She's not doing anything after that. I'm actually kind of pumped for that fight, I guess, just to see like a Legends card. It's kind of, well, not even a Legends card, but it's just like some veterans, you know, a veteran card, and a couple guys haven't fought in a couple years, but they have good records and they were on good runs before were they trying to hang it up? Like, what were these people doing? I don't know. Okay, guys. Let's get pukes in the chat, because it is time for nobody's favorite segment, and it is called the Sicko Segment. So CM Punk was called a terrible wrestler and worst promo ever, an explicit rant. And basically what happened was there's this guy here, and I don't know his name, but he started going off and trashing wrestling fans, and he even went off on the spouses of loser wrestling fans, and he would beat wrestlers' asses, and he'll beat the shit out of any pro wrestler, right? And this guy's fucking hilarious. And I know this happened a while ago, but it's good we're not talking about it until now, because a bunch of things have happened over the last couple months that we're going to chronicle here. So according to Ringside News, the badass construction worker, he isn't slowing down. So here was his initial rant. Let's play this, and then let's read some of the updates on CM Punk and all of this. Ringside News has put this all together, and I roasted this dude. I was just like, you bald-headed, Scarface, crooked tooth, fucking garlic breath smelling motherfucker. You know, I just wrote a little roast back. Fuck this dude, but he's also working the shoot, I think. So you gotta kind of like give him props. Apparently his goal was, he's like a wrestling fan, but apparently his goal was like he wanted to talk enough shit so that one of these indies would put him on and let him work a match or whatever. I don't know if that's true, though. That could just be the IWC being like coping over it and being like, he's working a shoot, brother. You always, in wrestling, you never know. But it could be like a Raja Jackson thing. Who fucking knows? What if he went in there and just started shooting on a wrestler? That could, in fucking Minecraft, in the pro wrestling business. Okay? So let's take a listen to this smelly dude's rant.
Hey, ladies, feel bad for you if your spouse is a fucking loser.
He just, by the way his pupils look, he just looks like he's a pillhead, too, just being honest.
Hey, ladies, feel bad for you if your spouse is a fucking loser wrestling fan. Don't know what it's like to hang around a real man, do you? But here, just take a look. Fucking badass construction worker. And hey,
that's so funny. His lips are real chapped too, bud.
Wrestling loser fans right there. And hey, loser pro wrestlers also right there. I feel bad for the ladies that gotta hang out with you fucking losers. Don't get fucking top 10, #1 draft pick, best looking fucking man in the world right here, bud. Yeah, it's fucking beat the shit out of any of you wrestling fans and pro wrestlers.
Buddy.
So, ladies, take a gander. It's your lucky fucking day.
I'm leaning on the side of work. Pill-headed freak or work, chat. You guys decide. Because, like, he's talking that shit, and I know that's an easy rant to go on, and that's pretty fucking funny. Now, this guy, he looks old as shit. He looks like he walks with a limp, you know. Maybe there's some mental things going on we don't know about. I don't fucking know. But when he's like grade A1 fucking grade A top choice #1 draft pick, and then he's got the George Costanza going into the beard. He looks like William Montgomery's like cousin or some shit, you know. I just think it's funny, man. This guy rules. So, and it's going to be funny to make fun of him, right? And he was asking for it by the shit he was posting. So he went off on CM Punk and he continues his rant. And we may have a video of it. It may have been deleted. Let's see here. Yeah. So this is what he said about CM Punk.
Hey, wrestler CM Punk. Question for you.
CM Punk. He doesn't even know his name.
Hey, bud. Do you and your wife just
question for you, bud? This guy's for sure Canadian.
Practice being the biggest born fucking cunts on the planet? Long drawn out. Ooh, yeah, no one cares, dude. Shut the fuck up. Your wrestling's terrible.
See, he's for surely a wrestling fan. So when he's like, hey, wrestling fans, I'll fight any of you, he wants somebody to be like, I'll fight you. Bro, just go after Sean Ross Sapp. You'll get a fight he'll fly to you if you ask him. You know what I'm saying, dude? He just wants somebody to fight him so that he can like get his foot in the biz or something. That's what people are speculating. And it makes a lot of sense if that's the case, especially because like, how would you know this much? Like if this was just a funny dude who like legit didn't know shit about wrestling, it was like, fuck all these wrestlers and shit. It would be funny too. And then like Logan Paul handles them or something like that. That'd be funny. Like someone who actually has hands that WWE would allow, you know, to let that, because a bunch of influencers are like spar with UFC guys now and they just piece them up. Sean Strickland's out there beating up fucking social media influencers and shit. So this guy's trying to work his way into something like that, and it's not a bad approach. You know, he riled up a bunch of people.
Promos are way worse. Literally the worst we've ever heard. Forced and just fucking boring, put everyone to sleep. Literally anybody could get over with that cool theme song, though. So good job. You did one thing right. Look fucking stupid. You don't wrestle good, and you talk like a fucking idiot. So yeah, fuck you, dude. You're lucky I don't come kick your ass, bro.
Oh man, and that fucking rules. That is hilarious. Yeah, you fucking suck, bro. I love it how he's just quick and to the point. Like Tone McCon needs to take pointers from this guy when it comes to his promos, right? So The badass construction worker, he trashes Big Vito, ICP, and JCW in a rant after calling out Brock. Now, notice this guy's going after Punk, who's had a shoot fight, Brock, who's had a shoot fight. Like, this guy's willing to just get knocked out for 10 grand or whatever someone throws at him. That's all he's trying to have happen. Totally fine. You know, I'm with it. And so here's his other rant. We have Big Vito's response. And then we have one of our old school fools, Sport of Wrestling. Okay. One of the old tough guys who doesn't really say shit anymore. Or he took a break and then he came back. But this guy did not take a break, the badass construction worker. Here's him going off on Vito and Jerk Offalo Championship Wrestling.
Hey, Don Vito, Viva La Bam guy. Yeah, dude, you can't.
Don, that's such a deep cut, though. Don Vito, Viva La Bam guy. It's like, okay, is that the only other guy you know named Vito? Like, Jesus Christ, man. But it's funny, though.
Fight Bronk Lesnar, that's my job. So, yeah, Don
Brog Lesnar.
Vito. Oh, wait, you're the crappy one that was never good at wrestling. Now you work for some crappy juggalo wrestling company. Wow, can't believe you guys got fucking wrestling, dude. Yeah, literally nobody listens to their fucking music either. Just a bunch of jackass clowns wanking each other off. Now you guys got wrestling. And hiring never was fucking loser wrestlers. Yeah, Don Vito, whatever the fuck your name is, nobody cares about you, bud. I'm a literal construction worker and
I'm a literal construction.
I have more fans than you, so yeah, fuck you, fuck loser juggalo wrestling. You're a bunch of pussies, all y'all.
I love how he flips the bird like he just quickly flips his bird in too. It's so good. If this is a character, he's actually crushing it. If he's dead serious, I don't know. It's still funny, you know, but you feel kind of bad laughing, but it's pretty funny. So moving along here. This is what Vito says. So Vito unloaded on this dude. Oh, goo. So Vito had this to say. He's like, let's start off first. The company I work for, JCW, is my home. And in that home, there are people called juggalos. Juggalos are a group of good, loving people, something that you probably don't have in your life. I just challenged probably the greatest fighter of our generation in Brock Lesnar. No one else in wrestling representing their company has done so. You tried to mock this, and here you are jumping on the bandwagon to get free press. You represent nobody. You paid for a check mark. I earned mine. You sit there unkept, disgusting, spouting hate and bullshit towards wrestlers and fans. So does this guy have a check mark? Is this construction worker guy on Twitter? I should follow him, dude. I should tell him to come on the pod. Oh my God. Does he have a fucking Twitter? That rules. Someone link it to me or tag me in it or some shit. Okay. And don't blow up the spot. I'll DM him. For everything I've accomplished, I earned the right to challenge whomever I choose. The only thing you have a right to is all you can eat soup and salad at the Olive Garden. I also heard you call out ICP. These guys are my brothers. They're my homies. They started from the ground up. They have earned 2 platinum albums and 5 gold albums, multiple top 10 Billboard hits, and they own their own record company with multiple artists. What do you have, blisters on your hands from digging holes? I mean, both are respectable. I respect construction workers as much as maybe even more than I respect guys who fucking made music or whatever and fucking blew up independently. I mean, ICP did it in a way that a lot of people didn't ever do it, and that's like very independent and without major labels and stuff like that, and they put a bunch of people on and stuff, so that I always give them credit, not to take away from them. But yeah, like dudes digging our fucking roads. Shout out construction worker guy. He's a real ass construction worker, a literal construction worker, dude. Don't diminish that now. And even as far as wrestling, they are better than you. They have worked for WWE, WCW, ECW. He says, I have nothing but respect for construction workers. I started out in the labor's union and the jackhammers union. My guess is you, a middle-aged, live in your mother's basement apartment type guy, drinks every night, failed Tinder swipe loser. Yeah, he's for surely. So when it's like live in your mother's basement apartment type, that's like the oldest boomerist insult to throw at people. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. But yeah, the drinks every night and failed Tinder swipe loser for sure, man. He's probably, even though he works construction, he's probably like, fuck, man, I need to make more money. Like, you're just giving him the press that he wanted. That's the thing, right? Like, he's just giving him the press that he wanted from this, and that's all he wanted was attention, clearly. And then Vito got worked into a shoot, or maybe, here's the thing, JCW's doing a bunch of shit to try and blow up JCW too, and it's wild. They got like the Ring Rats doing some crazy ass shit. And speaking of crazy ass shit, the badass construction worker doubled down with a profane Instagram rant at wrestling fans. So here's him doubling down on the fans as well. And why? Because that he, like, think about it. You get one of these guys, like name a podcaster, name an influencer. Imagine they start fucking trashing him, and then he works into a fight with them. Wrestling fans messaging me, right? So he got them all right.
Why don't you all just make sure the fucking gas station rollers are ready when us construction workers get there? Yeah, we know you don't have a good job. You're a fucking loser. Probably live with your mom. So shut the fuck up. And you ain't gonna do shit because I beat the fuck out of every single one of you.
He used the same boomer insult.
Pussies.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm pretty confident that I'd tap this guy the fuck out pretty handily, but let's set it up. No. So Matt Riddle responds, and this is what the guy wanted right here. So construction workers anti-wrestling rant gets him absolutely cooked online. So let's read some of the roasts after. We'll read some of the roasts after. Matt Riddle shoves badass construction worker in the head during ringside altercation. So he was at a fucking indie show, and Matt Riddle will slap the shit out of you, and he's been begging seemingly for influencer boxing fights too. So the badass construction worker finally got what he'd been asking for, and it happened in the middle of a match. Now, the badass construction worker's been pretty quiet since March, since this went down. So at Boca Raton Championship Wrestling, he got into a physical altercation. And again, was Riddle in on this? I wonder. So the clip captures Riddle approaching him during the match, clearly aware of the online trash talk that had been circulating. Riddle steps towards the barricade. The situation escalates. After a brief exchange, Riddle shoves him. And Riddle followed up, or the construction worker repeatedly called out Riddle and mocked wrestling fans. Riddle responded in the comments and said, "I'm showing up at your job site, bro." See, here's the thing. You don't want to really fight Matt Riddle, though. You know, like calling out Punk, even, who's had some UFC scraps. They weren't the best, but he could probably fight better than like your average guy, your average Joe, right? But it's like, you don't want to get in a fight with Matt Riddle, bro. Like, he has one of the scariest Ultimate Fighter knockouts of all time. And so that would be one of the last dudes you want to really fuck with. And he wrestles is the thing. Like, he really wrestles. As much as people go, oh, Riddle has knockout, he can knock you out. It was his grappling. That was really his forte. So let's take a look. So he pie-faced him. Like, was Riddle in on this? I wonder. You know? And then Matt Riddle responded to all of this. Let's pull up this next ringside news tab here. Because it's possible like he was in on this, no? Let's see. I'm showing up at your job site. So Riddle, bro, I'm showing up at your site. This guy goes, get him. Get it on camera. Failed UFC fighter, WWE wrestler Matt Riddle.
Oh, everyone's saying you wouldn't say that to Matt Riddle. So here's to you, Matt Riddle. Yeah, dude, failed the UFC, failed WWE. Came to my job site. Guess what would happen, bud? Yep, fail construction too.
This guy actually rules. Dude, you'd fail construction too. He's actually hilarious. You know, if he's just like this, that's funny as fuck. His comedic timing is impeccable.
Good job killing it. Fucking 20-seat stadium sellouts for your fucking $2 wages at some shitty indie show. Yeah, dude. Don't listen to those loser fans. Don't get your ass beat by a badass construction worker. Anytime you want some, bud, I'm not hard to find. So everyone tag that piece of shit bitch boy McGriddle and tell him I'm looking for him, because no wrestlers scare me, especially fake failed UFC fighters. Yeah, fuck you, McGriddle. You're a bitch, dude.
Oh, man. Matt Riddle was objectively a top prospect, I'd call him, in his weight class at the time. And I think he had like 2 fights overturned because of marijuana or some shit. Otherwise, he was pretty well on his way in developing. Like Dana White loved him, but got so fucking. That's why Dana like unleashed. He hates Matt Riddle now because Matt Riddle caused headaches for him. You know, and that's the same thing with WWE. Like Dana White can't stand Matt Riddle now, but on his journey through the Ultimate Fighter, up until he made it to UFC, like he was a dream because he was one of these like stoner badass kids, new generation who had hands and could grapple, and fucking he was a funny guy that you know, to this day, if you go on Larone's YouTube channel, there's like Matt Riddle's time in Tough. Like there's compilation videos of him just being like this stoner bro who's like, yeah, I don't even have my license, man. And he was like knocking people out and shit. And yeah, he had a good run, and he would have been a top guy maybe in the UFC if he continued down the right path. Not that marijuana hinders you, like now it's legal. So his fights that were overturned should have been overturned back into him wins for him or whatever, because marijuana doesn't pop in drug tests now in UFC or whatever. I don't know. That's years ago. He's moved on. It's wrestling. But yeah, Matt Riddle, like, and this guy knows it. He knows like Matt Riddle would just destroy him, but he just wants to work his way into a fight. It's hilarious. He rules. His comedic timing is actually awesome. And I actually love that guy. He's super fucking funny. So he gets roasted. Let's read some of the top roasts, okay, that the construction worker got hit with. So people were just hitting him with fucking everything. Let's go over here. Elbow Spammer goes, this guy looks like he's on the registry. Oh, shit. Patrick Mercier, who follows PWT, goes, that dumb fuck cretin is so getting his ass kicked in less than 10 seconds. This guy turning heel goes, boy, unhealthy as shit. Probably be winded in the first 30 seconds. Yeah, he looks like he smokes darts, man. That's why I think I could fucking just lay on top of him, wear him out, get him with a fucking Americana or something like that, you know? Bro got the hairline of a cue ball. True. And then some of these are not found. So pretty funny. I don't know. He trolled really well. That's like an ultimate troll in IWC history. Badass construction worker rules. You know what? He would kick my ass. I admit it. He'd beat the fuck out of me. Come on the show and tell me who else you'd beat the fuck out of. Badass construction worker. I think we right. So we have a old fool, okay? An old fool returning here. Sport of wrestling. Now, I don't know if you guys remember this sicko here, but he melted down on so many people early on, and I covered him early on in the early sicko segments, but I felt bad and stopped covering him because I think he like disappeared for a while off Twitter as well. Thank God. But I felt bad because he was tweeting shit like begging, please, guys, if just one person subscribes and I make $1 off this, it'll make it worth it to my wife. Like, it'll prove to her that whatever. And he made videos saying, like, talking to his wife for real and shit. And I'm not trying to bring people's family into it. This is what he uploaded, right? And she was kind of explaining to him, like, this isn't, like, I don't know why you do this. And he was even putting out tweets saying shit like, someone retweet this or sub to my thing or whatever. Let me know that it's worth it. And it just got sad for me. But then he came back and then he disappeared for a while. So obviously he listened to his wife. But then he came back and he's just talking mad shit, vile shit, wishing death shit, calling wrestlers bitches and pussies and all this. I don't know about wishing death, but like probably towed the line of that type shit. Just tough guy Twitter shit, you know? I'm not like cancel him. It's just he just started lolcowing himself again, and it's like, all right, dude, fuck you. We'll just
Would you please shut the hell up?
So we'll just cook sport of wrestling again, you know, if he's gonna talk all of this shit. And just the way he says such disgusting things to remind you all. And you can go back and see me roasting him in the past, but he would be like, yeah, you guys, you wrestling fans, you can't even afford haircuts. And this guy's not trolling. Like, and he's got pill eyes and he's on there like, you know, it got depressing for a while making fun of him Because it was like, dude, this guy's actually kind of sad. Like his wife wants him to stop and shit. He's got a family. Like, why does he keep doing this? But he's back with a vengeance, and he's making videos, and he's all like, yeah, I got my own barber coming over to give me a haircut. None of y'all can even afford a haircut and shit, right? This is the type of stuff this guy would say, and he'd say real sicko shit, like, you know, toe the line of like, this guy should fucking die for this thing, or he should get beat the fuck up, you know, like not in people's DMs threatening them and shit, but he would just say offhand sicko shit. One of the OG sickos right here. So lock in for this. We have a few Sport of Wrestling clips. So Jason G from the SAT says, hold up. And Sport of Wrestling tweets this out. The dude is a billionaire. Why in the fuck would he ever make a burner account? So this is talking about the best guy, Tony Khan. And obviously he's a huge AEW
The best
fan.
guys, Tony Khan.
And he goes, why would he be scared of anyone knowing that he's going to do something? You guys in the conspiracy bullshit again. He's a fucking billionaire. And it's like Sport of Wrestling. Yeah, you just obviously don't know your history on Tony Khan, but he definitely would have burners, probably does, and is likely still on the message board sleuthing it out, Dave Meltzer's message board and shit. And he cares, especially when you're a billionaire, because you don't want to fuck up any business type shit you might have going on by being a sicko. He goes, a fucking billionaire, just fucking comprehend billionaire. Trust me when I fucking tell you this, no fucking billionaire is going to make a burner account. Okay, here's the problem, Sport of Wrestling. People who know the man are like, he's an internet guy. He likely has accounts to creep, and he definitely pays attention to every aspect of social media. And then this guy tweets out, at homos for hangman. Homos for hangman? Okay, all right.
You what?
Goes, LOL, you might suffocate if you don't take that Nepo dick out your mouth. And then Sport of Wrestling goes, if that Nepo dick was a billionaire and wanted me, I'm taking it. My wife would pimp me out so fast, LMAO. He's a cuck. He gets cucked out.
Wrestling's not fake.
Shit, dude, that is cooked right there. And he would take Nepo dick, dude, for some money. Like, talk about selling your soul. And so we have some clips. And we were tagged in this. So here is this dude just like melting down. And in the past, again, when we covered him, he has like weird spurg out moments. And here's one of them. And it's like, I don't know if I trust that this guy should have a driver's license and be allowed to drive a vehicle around in public. It is terrifying.
I can't be happier. I am so happy. Sunday, I'm not working. Happy, I'm very happy.
Now, just so you know, he's like putting on a voice. He's doing like a Chris D'Elia voice or some type of shit like that. Some cringy fucking kid talk thing. He doesn't like sound like I'm so happy. Like he doesn't sound like that. Because some of you might hear that and be like, well, geez, he sounds like he's not all there.
Happy as I can be. I'm so happy. I can't be any happier than this. Happy to die.
I think he's trying to do like an Adam Sandler bit here or something. And meanwhile, he's on Twitter being like, you fucking dumb fucks or fucking dumb fucks who fucking dumb fucks. You know? So I just don't know if this guy's all there.
What to do? I can't be.
Jesus. Who's like sitting next to him while he's doing this? So is he not allowed to drive or something? Let's hear what he's saying.
All right, guys, you're not going to believe what just happened to me.
See, like the last video, he's doing like a voice where he's like, if you just thought he sounded like that, you might be like, dude, is he special needs? This might be rude, but it's not. He was like, you know, pretending to be tarded for a second there for whatever reason.
All right, guys, you're not going to believe what just happened to me. So, it's so windy outside, and my nose is so clogged. It's been clogged for like 3 days. So, I opened my window, and I went to go spit outside. You know when you have like phlegm, so you want to go spit it outside? It's so windy outside, the spit came right back into my car. I went to go like dodge it. I almost hit another car.
No, he's driving. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Someone lock his ass up. This shouldn't be allowed. This should not be allowed, dude. Oh my God. And he's making these videos like looking in, like this is so many accidents from fucking people using their phones and playing with their phones on the fucking road.
The car beeps at me. I went and almost crapped myself, all because of my spit. I really wish I had that on record.
This dummy is filming TikToks or whatever, and he's spitting into his own face while he's driving, swerving up and down the road, driving around with you and your families and shit.
Because you can't make stuff up like that. That's just the funniest thing in the whole entire world.
That's the funniest thing in the whole world. This is one of AEW's craziest, greasiest as far as the type of shit he talks. That badass construction worker level, but only for sickos fucking hating on WWE, right? And this guy is like, oh my God, the craziest thing is like something you do when you're 7 and you got the window rolled down and you spit out the window and then it fucking spit flies on you and you're like, oh, that's embarrassing. When I was in middle school when that happened. And he's like, oh man, that's the craziest thing. That's what I mean. It's like jingling keys in front of Dave Meltzer. So let's hear this guy's rant. Hopefully it's more wrestling focused. Shout out at Sammy Gur 435952219 for posting all of these clips. Here's this guy in a shower. For some reason, I feel SA'd right now. Again, we need to lock this man up.
Idiot.
He's SAing us all.
Look, I'm going to make this short and simple. This is what I don't understand. I don't understand it and I'll never get it. I'm in the bathroom because I'm making a point right now. Now, all of us as human beings, all go to the bathroom and wipe our own butts. We wipe our own butts with our own hands, right? Wiping poop from our butt. Now, there's other people out there that are germaphobes, don't eat from other people. I just don't understand. If you could take your hand and wipe your own butt and take the poop from your butt to clean it, to see if your butt is clean, you're telling me you can't go and pick chips because you're a germaphobe and you can't pick chips from your friends?
What kind of fucking what kind of take is this? First off, we're just way off course with wrestling. Usually he's talking shit about wrestling and hating on fucking wackos and whatnot. But listen, first off, dude, there's like different levels of germophobia, of germaphobes, and like it's your own poop. I'm sure some of them justify it by being like, well, it's my own poop, so whatever. Or or you have a bidet or some shit. You're like, this guy's thinking like Howie Mandel. I don't know, dude, but this is just like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That does not make sense. Make it make sense. I'm in the bathroom having an epiphany right now.
Maybe they wear a glove or something, dude. Haven't you ever seen fucking, I'm in the bathroom. So he just wiped his own ass. What he's telling us is he just wiped his own ass, his own poop. And before he washed his hands or anything, before he rinsed himself off and cleaned his hands in the shower, he grabbed his phone with his shit wipe hand and was like, man, how do people, Jesus, I smell my fingers after I wipe my shit. Oh my goodness.
And it's just the wildest things I ever thought of in my life.
So the wildest thing he ever thought of in this guy's life, and this is a fucking AEW sicko, this is one of their most diehardest fans, okay, is how do germaphobes wipe their own asses and keep their booties clean? And he just clearly thought of it after he took a shit. I mean, why else would he be butt naked in a fucking shower immediately after? You mean to tell me this epiphany dawned on him just as he walked past the toilet? I'm willing to believe he did not wash his fucking hands. And now listen to this. Spitting out the window and it hitting you in the face is the wildest thing also. So two of the wildest things ever, folks.
This is crazy to me.
Sport of Wrestling. Give him a follow, ladies and gentlemen. And I just wanted to reintroduce him to the PWT universe because more of his takes will come up in the future, I'm sure, when it comes to pro wrestling. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was nobody's favorite segment, and it was called the Sicko Segment. Oh my God, amazing. Guys, we've almost gone 4.5 hours. What's chat saying? Phil S. Marks. And S marks the spot. Thank you for the 2. I appreciate that so goddamn much. I acknowledge all of you. Almost 4.5 hours. We went long. I told my wife, I was like, I don't think tonight's show will be long. There's not a lot of news. And then I stretched it the fuck out. And I told you guys, hey, we're just going to dibble and dabble and chitter and chatter. And what a time. It was a blast. I've been Phil Marks. I am going to get out of here. I am going to see you guys on Monday for Member Monday. Become a member. And yeah, guys. So you guys are all like, what the fuck? It was just a felting. It wasn't even like anything to do with wrestling. I didn't know. I thought some of those clips were about wrestling too, but it's all good. You guys will see him pop up again because we will start to roast him again in some of his wrestling takes. But either way, guys, shout out to the construction worker guy. He totally rules. And those two should fight each other. That's what I that's what I believe. So, ladies and gentlemen, this was PWT Live Show, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. Member Monday, patreon.com/ProWrestleTimes, and let's get it. Everybody have a good one. W Stream, thank you. Bye, fam. You all take it easy, and yeah, we'll see you next time. I'll leave you with some triple cup tone. This is Poking at okay, maybe we will. All right, maybe. I don't know, dude. I think he's like hamming it up. I'm telling you, because past videos, he wasn't so fucking, yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. I appreciate you guys. You all take it easy. God bless you. And yeah, I'll see you for Member Monday. Get your memberships, man. And what are we going to do Member Monday? I don't know. I'll put up a poll or something like that tomorrow. How about that? Peace, guys. See ya. And don't forget to hype the video.
Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup, best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup, living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way. Got the whole roster locked in for the day. A Crimson Tower, modern art. Triple cup. Triple cup. Every booking is golden, you see. Perfect cards crafted for you and me. You're the best guys, Tony Khan, it's true. Triple cup. Best damn booker in the land. 3 red cups stacked up, always in command. Triple cup. Living legend of the fight. Just a call away from making it right. Never see him back hard, no way.